here represented by an attorney, or if you are a defendant representing yourself, please keep in mind these important rights. The first one is that you have a right to remain silent about the facts of your case. Anything that you choose to talk about, especially with regarding the underlying alleged facts or the circumstances surrounding your case, your statements can and will be used against you in the treatment of the case. You have a right to an attorney. This is particularly important for those who are appearing today either in person or via Zoom. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, we do have attorneys from the Public Defense Office who are prepared to speak with you to see if you qualify for their services so they can represent you. Otherwise, if you choose not to confer or discuss your matter with them or reach out to them, then your other options is to either hire a private attorney or to represent yourself. Today, we're here for a status calendar as well as an arraignment calendar, and also I'm taking some pleas as well. So it's very important that you let me know whether you're represented by counsel, what have been your efforts to retain counsel, and what would you like to do with your case today. We have prosecutors who are representing a lot of these cases today who are prepared to make you a plea recommendation. In other words, they will make a recommendation for a possible sentence if you decide to plead a no contest. Now, keep in mind, these are misdemeanor offenses. A misdemeanor offense is one in which one could be sentenced to up to a year in jail and or up to $1,000 fine if the case goes to trial and the prosecution carries its burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. So I'm going to do a roll call to see who is present and get a snapshot of what is going on in your case. Who are our PDs today?
Oh, me.
Oh, well, yes, sir. One in the courtroom. Who else?
And good morning, Judge. Frank
Good morning,
Gaither. I'm appearing via Zoom today.
Okay. The Gaithers by Zoom. Who else?
And I can come to the courtroom if you need me to, though. Just if there are a lot of people there, Judge, I can still walk down.
Not at this moment. So
Okay.
we're good. All right.
And Your
Any
Honor, good
No,
morning.
Ms. Ellen. Okay.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning. All right. One of you would have to put the information in the chat. So I don't know if you have
I
staff.
can send it, Judge.
All right. So Public Defense Attorney, Ms. Catrice Helen, is going to put in the chat feature of the Zoom information on how an individual can reach out to the Public Defender's Office to see if you qualify for their services and if you want them to represent you. Keep in mind that if you choose to represent yourself, you are responsible for understanding how the law applies to the facts of your case and how any legal decision may impact your personal situation, such as open cases, whether you have a professional license, whether residency is at issue. You are responsible for understanding all that if you choose to represent yourself. Another thing I'll have to stress is that, ladies and gentlemen, although most of you are appearing via Zoom, this is a formal court proceeding. I expect you to be appropriately dressed. I expect you to be immobile. In other words, not walking around, not driving. All right, thank you. Okay, on Orca E, I have one case scheduled for an arraignment. Stacy Williams. We are here because a bench warrant was issued for Ms. Williams in a prior proceeding. This is a show cause hearing to decide whether to set aside the bench warrant. Stacy Watts Williams, this is the moment to unmute yourself and tell me that you are present with the instructions that you are supposed to appear in person. So she's not here. All right. Moving on to the Orca A status calendar for 9 a.m. Mr. Nagel, Tom Nagel, are you private counsel representing different folks?
Your Honor, I represent Mackenzie Parker. She's present on the Zoom hearing.
All right, I see Ms. Parker present. And who's my prosecutor for Ms. Parker?
Good morning, Your Honor. Sarita Githia.
Okay. And
And Your Honor, on this one, we're going to ask for a reset to just do some further investigation on this case.
this case has been pending since 2018. What more could you possibly want to investigate?
I do, Your Honor, I just inherited, so it was something that I would just need to look into.
What? I mean, I need to know what. I can't, it's been 19, 20, 21, 22, 4 years.
Your Honor, it was just brought to my attention that there was some additional documents that they were going to try to provide to me that I just need to get and just look over.
Who was going to provide you with the documents?
One of our staff members was trying to obtain some additional information that I was asking about, and they were going to try to get that to me.
Mr. Nagel, do you know anything about this additional information?
No, Judge, I don't. I filed discovery almost 3 years ago, back in April of 2020, and never got anything. My client's dog has passed away since then. It's very difficult to defend a case when everything changes, and we're asking for the case to be dismissed for lack of prosecution.
Your Honor, I'm just asking for one reset.
Ms.
And-
Githia, let me look at this case. I can understand the state's request for a reset, but this has been going on since November of 2018. This case is, and let me look at the calendar. I want to see what's going on.
And my client has no prior history, no prior accusations of anything.
That's the plea, position 14. All right, this case discovery has already been demanded. They have already done a waiver of arraignment back in April 2020. This case was before Judge Morrison, where there's been a waiver of a jury trial. So this case is already scheduled for a bench trial. I'm going to put it down for a bench trial if the state's not ready, or the state can consider a null pros if they're not ready. But my next bench trial date is April 20th. Are we ready to go for a trial, Mr. Nagel?
Your Honor, I haven't seen the evidence yet. I have no idea what the state has.
Well,
You know,
yeah, I know.
We will get the information to you, Mr. Nagel. Again, I just inherited the case, so I will look into it and take care of it.
All right. The information has to be provided to Mr. Nagel within the next 2 weeks, no later than February 9th.
will we receive notice?
Yeah. Case is set for, case is set for a bench trial on my next available date is April 20th at 1:30 p.m. And this will be an in-person trial. So everyone's expected to be in the courtroom, including the prosecutors. And like I said, Mr. Githia, if you have information that's been outstanding since 2018, I expect it to be delivered to Mr. Nagel. Mr. Nagel, typically they put that on Odyssey, so it's supposed to be e-filed and served to you. And if you don't receive it by February 9th, your motion to dismiss will be granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all
right.
my business. Can we be excused?
Yes,
Thank you, Judge.
So Ms. Nagel and Ms. Parker, you're free to go. Mr. Frank Hicks for Delva. Is that a first name or last name?
Delvo's the last name, Your Honor. Bruno's
All right,
the
got
first
it.
name.
Position 11, Bruno Delva. Okay, Mr. Delva is in Florida, represented by Mr. Hicks. And what's the status? Who's the prosecutor?
Good morning, Your Honor. That would be ASG Riley.
All right, Ms. Riley, are you all ready to go to trial?
Your Honor, the state's offer has been given to council. Discovery and supplemental discovery have been filed. So yes, the state would be ready.
All right, Mr. Hicks?
Your Honor, I would, as far as the discovery and the offer is concerned, that is correct. My client has indicated and willingness to accept the offer. However, we have lost contact with him. It has been, appears to have been about 60 days since we've had communications with our client now, even though we've made several attempts at a letter, email, as well as texting him.
Okay,
Um,
let me call out. So you've not had any communication with Bruno Delva?
I'm looking through my notes, Your Honor. It does not look like we have since December 5th.
Okay. I don't have a phone number. I don't have an email. I have a Miami, Florida address. So, Mr. Bruno Delva, are you present via Zoom? There's no one in the courtroom?
Your Honor, the state would ask for a bench warrant.
All right, one more call, Bruno Delva. All right, Mr. Hicks, let your client know by mail, I guess, because I don't have a phone number or email, that a bench warrant has been granted. And if he's, maybe we'll hear from him soon enough. Then. Okay, anything else, Mr. Hicks?
I have nothing further, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. You have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Miss Christy Battle, good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, Miss Battle, do you have a few cases on the status calendar?
I have a couple of cases. One is Jalen Hines.
Spell the last name.
Hines, Hines.
All right. All right, position 17. And who do I have as the prosecutor in this case?
That would be ASG Riley.
Miss Riley, all right. And Miss Riley, are we ready to go to trial in this case?
Again, Your Honor, discovery has been uploaded to e-file. The offer has been conveyed to Ms. Battle. So yes, the state would be ready for trial unless Ms. Battle would like to resolve the matter.
All right.
Judge, I'm missing quite a few. There were a lot of officers involved. And so there was supposed to be video that was supposed to be provided to me through evidence. And I went back even today to look to see if I received that, and I didn't see it.
Why do you say there was supposed to be video? Is there indication that body cam was involved or any dash cam?
Yes. And so last time we, because Your Honor was not present at the last hearing, and they expressed that there was body cam and video that they would be providing to me, and they still have not done that.
All right, Ms. Riley, do you have any information about this video or audio?
No, Your Honor, I do know that some of the racing cases that started as a racing track back in December, some of those incident dates do have body or dash cam, but not all of them. And I have no indication was nothing that I was aware of that shows that there is any body cam or dash cam. I believe I was present for the last hearing, and I believe that what Ms. McCutcheon said was that she would look into it, and if there was, she would send it. So if she didn't send it, there is no video.
Okay, so for position 17, 22 CR 007218 is the state's position that they have provided all the discovery and there's no outstanding discovery left.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Battle, there are no videos and no body cam, nothing digital or audio for this case.
Judge, I'm very certain that there are multiple videos in this case, because there are about, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There were at least 10 officers out there. Hold on, I just want to go through. I'm almost very certain.
Okay.
That there's video. There should be, because all of the officers had body cams. And so if she's saying that she doesn't have the video, then I mean, I'd like to file a motion that she not be able to use the videos.
They've already represented that there are no videos. That's their position. So you can take it right now. You can even reduce it to writing that the state has indicated there's no audio or video discovery items. So none shall be allowed when the case goes to trial. So are you prepared to go to trial on April 20th?
Yes, Judge.
All right, this will be scheduled for a bench trial. April 20th.
Judge, can you tell me how I can get a, I guess, how I can get the recording of this proceeding?
Contact the clerk's office and they will let you know how you can get a recording of this. Or you can submit a proposed order.
Okay,
Submit it and direct it to Miss Monica Redden. Her email is going to be put in the chat right now.
I have her email.
Okay. And send me a proposed order with respect to that, and we're going to take it from there. Okay?
Your Honor, if I may inquire from Ms. Battle. Ms. Battle, is Mr. Hines present, and is he waiving his right to a jury trial and demanding a bench trial? Because if not, Your Honor, according to OCGA 1774, the state would object to a bench trial.
You can object to a bench trial. I'm setting it for a bench trial. See y'all. Noted. I'm seeing y'all for bench trial April 20th. Thank you. All right, Ms. Battle, I'll expect that proposed order if you want to make sure that my ruling is on record. Otherwise, you know, you can always rely on my crystal memory. Okay.
Without due respect, Judge, I'll send a proposal because my
All
memory.
right. Next one is, what's your next case?
My next case is two cases. They are LaJuan Spivey and Angela Spivey.
Okay. There we go. 36 and 37. And is Angela Spivey and LaJuan Spivey present?
Yes.
Both?
Yes, they are both present in the zone, Your Honor, under LaJuan Spivey.
Quite a few screens over here. Okay. So are these cross defendants or separate or co-defendants?
They're co-defendants, Your Honor.
All right, and you're representing both of them?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who's the prosecutor?
That would be me, Your Honor, Sarita Githier.
I've spoken with the prosecutor. We had a discussion yesterday about this case. And she is agreeing to allow a one-time reset so that we can, there's some prior history with the alleged victim that we wanted to kind of discuss before we actually went to trial, or so that she would have a full understanding of everything that went on. Also, I was having some issue with uploading the video yesterday, but somehow today I found it on my computer. So I was actually just looking at it before court. I don't know what was going on, but even my client couldn't get it up, get the video to play. And so I just received the videos and everything yesterday, but we had just decided that we would reset the case so that we could have time to discuss more, to see if we could either find a resolution or just go to trial on it.
And that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm glad both of you can agree to a reset. Looking at the procedural history in both cases, they're both going to be reset to April 20th for a bench trial. And both of you are expected to be ready with your evidence. If somehow during the course of between now and April 20th that you all share this evidence and decide that the state does not want to move forward, the state will know what to do. And Ms. Battle, if your clients decide that based on the evidence and the state's decision that your client's going to take a plea, I'll take a plea on the 20th as well. But both these cases are reset for a bench trial.
Your Honor, Lawan Spivey is charged with the battery, and we do request that there would be a jury trial if it is to go to proceed to a trial and not a bench trial.
Denied. Unless the defense wants a jury trial.
Yes, Judge, I would like a jury trial.
Okay, then that goes to a jury trial. And that would be, I don't have a date. They're both going to be placed on the jury trial calendar. Same announcement. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Battle, I believe those were your only cases.
Yes, Judge, that's all I have for today. May we all be excused.
Yes, and Mr. and Ms. Spivey, please be prepared for your jury trial. The notice will be sent in the calendar to the parties. I don't know whether it'll be before April 20th because we are still scheduling cases for jury trials. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. All right, Mr. Barber for L. Olney.
Yes, Your Honor, I actually have 3 cases. I'm standing in for Mr. Rosenblum today. We got an offer on the 24th. I believe I need to talk with the prosecutor in pretrial because we sent her a response email. I don't know if she's seen that yet from the 24th. But if we are going forward, I'm gonna have to file a notice on that case because there was an issue with, he was 1013. So I'm gonna have to notice about, the temporary insanity and all that for the trial, if we are going forward.
When did this situation come up?
Which part?
The 1013.
Well, the 1013 happened when the actual incident happened.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That same day, we got all, my understanding is Brandon sent all that information to her. We got an offer that we don't think is appropriate. So I don't think my client's going to take it. So if it's going to trial, I'm going to have to file the insanity notice because it will be a defense we would use at trial.
Okay. Jury or bench trial?
This would be a jury for sure.
Okay. And who's the prosecutor?
ASG Riley.
Okay. Ms. Riley, do you have any comment about what the, I guess Mr. Excuse me, put down Mr. Barber's name there. Mr. Barber is going to have a breakout discussion with you this morning.
Yes,
And-
Your Honor.
All right, and Mr. Barber, you're going to have to wait until Ms. Riley is done with the other cases, okay? Thank you.
I have 2 other cases as well.
And which is the other 2?
The other one is Carnegie Judy,
Judy,
AEUDY.
okay, position 20.
That is also ASG Riley.
All right, and
That's gonna have to be a pretrial too, I guess, because he sent her, all 3 of these that I have were he emailed her at I don't, it looks like it says Tuesday the 24th, so I don't know if she got that or not. So
okay,
I think all 3 of mine should be pretrial.
what's the third one?
Gregory Jacques, Jacqueus last name.
All right,
Yes,
position,
all 3 of those are ASG Riley. So I will speak with Mr. Barber regarding those because my communications have been with Mr. Rosenblum.
excellent. So Mr. Barber and Ms. Riley are going to go into a breakout with all positions. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to, Mr. McKilney, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Sean McElhenney here. My client is on the call. My client is a student athlete at West Virginia. He's over 21.
And his name?
His name is Michael Lockwood.
Lockwood.
Or Lockhart. I'm sorry, Michael Lockhart. Excuse me, Michael Lockhart.
All
There's
right, position 24 and 25, okay?
correct. These are 2 tickets that he received, are 2 cases involving tickets that he received while he was a student football player at Georgia Tech. He's now at West Virginia, Judge. I've spoken with him. I've got documentation showing that he's got no convictions on his driving history, a perfect driving history from Alabama. He's done a 6-hour defensive driving class, and I've got some community service hours, I believe 64 hours, and some recommendation letters on his behalf. And we would like to enter a non-negotiated plea before Your Honor.
All right, and who's the prosecutor in this case? Ms. Githia, I'm sorry, okay.
ASG get the air.
And Judge, just a little bit more information. I'm at Duluth Municipal Court right now. I have not stepped in there. I had a 9 a.m. Arraignment there, but I can get in and out of there quickly. I've got all of the paperwork connected to his community service hours, his 6-hour defensive driving class, and also his driving history. I have the ability, once I finish this arraignment hearing, to come down to the court in person if the court would want me to present the non-negotiated plea in person. We're also able to do it by way of Zoom here, and then I can provide the documentation to the court later this afternoon if that was.
This
how
is
you
what
work
we're
with
gonna
it.
do. This is what we're gonna do. We can do it virtually, but you need to send the documents. Hopefully you have it on your email to Miss Monica Redden.
Okay,
And emails on the chat feature,
okay.
right?
Let me
And
see.
then the plea paperwork, Miss Githier, you can mark it as a non-negotiated plea. And if you could have that prepared and sent to Miss Redden, we can proceed with the plea on positions 24 and 25. And Mr. Lockhart, I assume, is already on Zoom somewhere.
Yes, ma'am.
He-
I'm here.
All right.
He
good.
is, Judge, with respect to the actual documents that I have connected to his defensive driving and all of that. I have not, I can scan that when I get back to my office and have that emailed to the court. And I
Well,
guess
let
what,
me ask you, is your client in a position where he can send it on your behalf and CC you as well? Because I know.
Michael, I've gotten it over periods of time with respect to the community service and everything, so it didn't all come in at one time. So I'm not
Yeah.
sure what his capability of doing that is or
Mr.
not.
Lockhart, he's a Georgia
Yes.
Tech student. I mean, I expect a lot technically from them. Okay. All right, Mr. Lockhart, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you remember all the documents that you sent to your attorney, your community service, defensive driving, all the other documents that you want to show the judge. Would you be able to email that to Miss Monica Redden? Her email
Yes.
will be on the chat feature, and she will send you her email directly. And you can send it, but make sure you CC your attorney.
Okay.
And may I also have those documents as well, Your Honor?
Sure. As soon as Miss Redden gets it, she'll forward it to you. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. McKinley, you go ahead and take care of the Duluth matter and then let me know when you're ready.
All right, I appreciate the courtesy. Thanks, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Githier will send us the plea paperwork as soon as it's ready. All right, Attorney Sam McRae. Mr. McRae?
Hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Who's your client?
Brandon McCory, position 29. I have an agreement with Ms. Githier, but my client was unable to be on today. So I'd like to set it for a plea date in the future.
It'll be reset for a final plea. Boy, it will be on April 20th. Okay.
Okay.
You've got the paperwork. Has he signed up on the paperwork?
I was unable to get him to sign off on the paperwork. So I need to talk to him. He
Do
started
you
a
have
new
an
job
earlier
today.
date,
So
Ms. Redden? All right, final plea.
April 20th.
He needs to appear via Zoom. He needs to, and all the prepared paperwork have to be sent to Ms. Redden at least 1 week before. So by the 13th. Okay?
Okay.
And the
thank
final
you.
plea calendar is April 20th at 9 a.m.
Okay. See you then.
All right. Do you have any other cases?
That's all for me today.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay, folks, I'm trying to identify the private counsels. Mr. O'Hagan, are you private counsel?
Yes, Judge, I'm here on behalf of Brian Peasley.
Was that, okay, I think it's position 32, Brian Scott Peasley, is that correct?
Yes,
Is Mr. Peasley on Zoom?
I saw him before. There's like 50.
He's on mute, but I think he's wearing that black and white checkered shirt, so, okay, got him.
Yes,
All
Your
right. Okay. All right, Mr. O'Hagan, who's the prosecutor for this case? Position?
Get the if I can get into a breakout room with Mr. O'Hagan to discuss this one.
All right, position 32, breakout with prosecutor. Mr. O'Hagan, do you have any other cases?
No, that's it. And I'd be happy to speak to the prosecutor.
All right, let's get here. All right. Let's see now, Miss Nicole Jones for Charles Waters, position 41. All right, Charles Waters is present.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and Miss Jones, when did you file an entry?
I filed it January 25th, I believe, earlier. It was not January, it was before the arraignment. I did the arraignment and waiver of arraignment previously.
I'm just wondering why your name wasn't on the calendar. Okay. All right, discovery was provided on January 25th, yesterday. Did you receive it?
Your Honor, we did not receive the first discovery. We had this argument beforehand. I do understand that the state uploaded it and they said on their certification at the bottom that they sent it via e-file. However, I guess they're just uploading them and not serving it because I've not received an email or anything from e-file. I do know that they did a supplemental discovery because I did speak to Ms. Gaithia. She emailed me, gave me the offer. I cannot go over the offer with my client because I have absolutely no discovery. And
all right, please, yeah, Ms. Gaithia?
Yes, Your Honor. I am looking in Odyssey right now. The discovery is there.
Was it e-filed and served? Yeah, it's a two-step process.
It was e-filed and it was served Nicole Jones. Her name is on the certificate, Your Honor.
All right.
it was e-filed. It was not served through e-file. E-file sends an email and lets everyone knows it was not e-filed and served. They just e-filed it. I do understand that there's been an issue. And I mean, I can go back and talk with them. I've already called
Okay.
e-file. E-file is sending saying it was not served.
Okay, let me see, was it December 6th, which was before you filed your entry of appearance. They have the witness information sheet, which is one person, Officer Gikanga. The citation.
And just for the record on that, that was not provided to my client either. And that was the big argument.
I'm not getting into big arguments about that. Okay, Ms. Githier, the discovery should have been served on Ms. Jones. I don't see any indication. I can't tell.
Your Honor, what I'm looking at, the first discovery was provided to her December
When?
6th.
No, it couldn't be because she filed an entry appearance after that. So it should have been resubmitted to her. And then the one that was submitted yesterday, do you have confirmation that that an email was sent to Ms. Jones?
It was uploaded. It should have been let me see.
Yeah. If y'all decide to use
I
the
do not
technology,
have the confirmation that it was sent, but it was uploaded.
if the state wants to use the technology to deliver discovery that is required by law, the state is also incumbent on the state to understand the technology and confirm that such materials have been delivered. All right. I expect the materials for discovery to be emailed to Ms. Jones this morning, Ms. Githier. All of it, the one on December 6th and the one that was sent yesterday. Email it directly to Ms. Jones right now. And I need an earlier date. And then once it's received, then I will consider what to do next. Okay, so Ms. Githier, Ms. Jones, you all just have to wait. I need to make sure that this information is sent.
Thank
And if
you.
it's not sent, during the course of this calendar, I am dismissing this case because I think the prosecutions have already had ample opportunity to send the discovery. And then on top of everything else, they send it the day before this calendar. That is not the way we run business. Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes, Ms. Gideon?
I was gonna say that the discovery was uploaded. It happened to be uploaded the day before she had entered her appearance on the matter. It is my understanding that once the discovery is uploaded, that they do have access to obtain the discovery. And even when she entered her appearance, that she could have gone into the e-file system to obtain the discovery. That is my understanding of it.
Well, let's find out. Ms. Jones, do you have access to Odyssey to retrieve everything that's filed in the case?
As stated beforehand, if we to look at everything that's filed in a case.
Ms.
it's hard
Jones,
to-
no, that's my question. You're answering some other question. Listen to my question. Do you have access to Odyssey to see what's filed in this case?
In order to see it, you have to pay 50 cents per page by the defense to see the documents. And the argument is because it was not served in us, that would require my client to incur a fee. That's what I was saying, Your Honor.
All right. Back to my same ruling. Ms. Githia, make sure the email is sent. Okay. Now, let me see. Any other private attorneys? I'm so sorry. You guys need to chime up now.
Good morning, Judge.
Oh, Mr. Michael and Don Davis. Okay, got you both. All right.
And Miss Davis can go first. I don't care, Judge. I just have a short announcement.
What a gentleman. You're in big. Miss Davis, good to see you. What's going on? Who's your client?
It is good to see you as well, Your Honor, and to be a gentle woman, I would defer to him. If so.
All right, Miss Davis, you're up. Who's your client?
My client is Jennifer Fitzsimmons.
Okay, position number 14. And this was a DUI and
Yes.
improper lane change. Is she
Yes.
present?
She is present. She has the blue curtains in the background, brown hair and glasses on. She is present. I can see her.
Okay, got it.
Your Honor, this is a negotiated plea, and I would point out to the court, just for the court's information, we were having the same difficulties using Odyssey, where we are charged in order to receive.
Oh, but that's not relevant right now because we're going to go to take a plea, right?
Yes, ma'am. I just
Okay.
thought if you wanted to know how these things worked. We have a negotiated plea. And we have completed the paperwork, but very early this morning. So I don't know if it has put the prosecuting attorney at a disadvantage to have printed that off yet or obtained.
I've got it. I've got everything.
Fantastic.
All right, Miss, who's the prosecutor in this case? Miss
ASB Riley.
Okay. This is State of Georgia versus Jennifer Fitzsimmons, accusation number 21 CR 004-761E. Ms. Fitzsimmons was originally accused of DUI, driving under the influence of drugs less safe, and improper and erratic lane change from September 7, 2021. Ms. Fitzsimmons, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Ms. Dawn Renee Davis. I have the plea materials. It looks like it's all been completed. So we're going to proceed with the hearing. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
All right, just mute yourself for now. Okay, you may have multiple devices on, I'm not sure, but let's proceed. Ms. Riley, this is a negotiated plea. What's the plea offer?
Yes, Your Honor, it is to count 1 DUI DUI drugs less safe. 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 3 days, the balance on probation, a $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, risk reduction, alcohol and drug evaluation, and any treatment that is recommended, and 1 victim impact panel. The state has no objection to probation being non-reporting upon completion of conditions.
All right,
Count 2 is null pros.
All right, thank you. Ms. Davis, does your client agree to these terms, and do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
My client does agree to these terms, and I do stipulate to a factual basis. This was a DUI prescription medication case.
Okay. Ms. Fitzsimmons, if you can unmute, please, and hopefully that audio is working now. Have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently? I can hear you.
I think she's plugging something in to try and keep the feedback from coming. Your Honor, we've had a conversation this morning.
Yeah.
She does take a bipolar medication. It does not affect her ability to understand the proceedings.
All right. Ms. Fitzsimmons, your attorney has just indicated that you do take some prescription medication. Have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, Judge.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you, inducing you to take this plea offer today?
No, Judge.
And has it been explained to you that if you enter the plea today, that this would close the case out and that you would have to waive and give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to have the assistance of counsel so that you can challenge the state's evidence, present any defenses if you refuse to do so, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, Judge.
Has your attorney explained to you that by pleading guilty, it could have an impact upon any other open cases you may have, upon your licenses, any professional licenses you may have, as well as any residency issues if they're applicable to you?
I understand. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how do you plead to one count of DUI less safe?
Guilty.
All right. The second count is going to be null prost. Your sentence is 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served, 3 days. You will be placed on probation. You will report to the probation office next Thursday. Probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. I'll repeat that. The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta, and you will report on February 2nd, 2023 before 3 p.m. All right, while you're in probation, you will pay a $300 fine. You will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency, do one risk reduction program, complete one alcohol and drug evaluation with a healthcare provider, and submit yourself to any treatment that's required. You will also attend and complete one victim impact panel. If you complete all these conditions to the satisfaction of your probation officer, your probation may then be converted to non-reporting. All right. Ms. Davis, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor. How would you like her to surrender her plastic license?
She can come down to the clerk, to the probation office and surrender it to the probation officer. She's not seeking to try to get a limited driving privilege?
At this point, no, Your Honor.
Okay, then that concludes this case. Thank you very much. Mr. Fitzsimmons, if you have any questions, please contact your attorney.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we be excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Michael, yes?
Good morning again, Your Honor. I am here on Tafari Buchanan.
All right. Buchanan, that's position 5, and are we ready to go to trial in this case?
A null
Your
cross
Honor.
was submitted in this case, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just signed a null cross. So this case is closed and there's nothing further for your client.
Very good. Thank you, Judge.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
You too.
Any other private attorneys?
Yes, Your
Yes,
Honor.
good morning, Judge. Go ahead.
Henley Miller on Gregory Wassey.
Yes, I did see Miss Miller here. There we go. Okay, I see you. And who was your client's name again?
Wassey is the last name. He should be
W-
present on Zoom. Gregory.
Oh, Greg Wassey. Okay, W-A-S-S-E-Y. Okay, Mr. Wassey, you can put your video on, please. And then Mr. Bixon, you'll be on deck, okay? All right, let's see now. Position 40. All right, this was one of our ever popular racing, reckless driving situation.
Yes,
Yeah.
Judge. We have received, yesterday I spoke with the prosecutor, we have received the video discovery, which we were waiting for. We have not had a chance to review that. The state has agreed to a continuance, if Your Honor agrees to that, so that we can review the video and discuss the case to determine if we are going to go to trial or enter a plea.
That is correct, Your Honor.
I'm going to reset this for a final plea calendar on April, what was that final plea? April 20th at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there any other outstanding discovery?
Not that I'm aware of, Judge.
Okay. Miss Githier, was it Githier?
Yes.
Okay. Any other outstanding discovery?
No, Your Honor.
Final plea calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. And you said April the 20th?
Yeah. Mhm.
Thank you, Judge. May we be
Right, if y'all, if, and I'm assuming that a plea offer has already been made.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, so if your client decides to take the plea, please make sure that all the documents are signed and sent ahead so that I can take it up right away instead of waiting, okay?
Okay, thank you,
All
Judge.
right.
May we be
Thank you.
excused?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wassi. You're free to go. Mr. Bixon, yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here for Misteria Boniswa.
Oh, could you give me the letter for the last name?
Yes, it's B as in boy, Oniswa.
Okay. Boniswa, okay, position 4. And this is a charge of reckless conduct.
Yes, Judge, that's
go
correct.
ahead.
We do actually have a resolution worked out, Judge. Ms. Boniswa is going to have to complete some community service. If we could just reset this case out to April calendar, just to give her some time to get that done. And if she isn't, see, it'll go ahead and submit a null pros.
Do you have the paperwork already, the plea paperwork?
Well,
This
Judge,
is
this
not a
won't be.
plea, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
This is not a plea. Mr. Bixon and I have spoken. We've worked out a resolution. His client needs
I
time
see.
to complete community service.
Okay, I'm going to reset it to the March 2nd status calendar at 9 a.m. And if she has completed the requirements that the state has, then I expect a favorable disposition on March 2nd.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yes, thank you very much. Take
Have a
care.
good day. Thank you.
Any other private attorneys on the Zoom whom I've not addressed? Okay, I think I've addressed everyone. Mr. Korn in the courtroom, have you had a chance to speak to the folks in the courtroom? See, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, if for those of you who have shown up after I made my announcement, this is a criminal misdemeanor calendar, and if you are a defendant charged with a misdemeanor offense or offenses, please remember that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney. I expect all of you to be ready with an attorney today. And if you have not, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak to Mr. Korn, who's seated up front. He is an attorney from the Public Defender's Office. If you'd like to speak with him and see if you qualify for their services, we'll be glad to represent you. But if you do not qualify for the Public Defender's Office, then we will have to take your cases up accordingly. I will arraign your case today, and also you will be given an opportunity to hear a plea offer from the prosecutor. A plea offer means that they're recommending a particular sentence if you decide to plead guilty or no contest today. All right, so who would like to speak to the public defense attorney? If you are so charged, please raise your arm.
Please come sit in this first row right here.
Okay.
I'll talk to you another time. Also, is Ms. Kieda here? Lydia Kieda?
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. For the public defense and so forth, I'm just going to go down the calendar. Miss Riley, I'm going to go ahead and place you in a breakout room with Mr. Barber.
Well, Your Honor, several of the cases that have not been called yet do not have an attorney listed.
That's why they're gonna talk to the prosecutors before, and then I'm gonna get a status when you, or do you want to wait? Okay, you can wait. All
Yeah.
right, position one, Anderson, Tawaski Anderson, are you present? Tawaski
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
okay, let's change that name to, from iPhone 12 to Tawaski Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you're represented by Mr. Gaither.
Actually, Judge, I'm not, this is here's my announcement, but I'm willing to help. I'm not sure how my name got on the calendar as representing Mr. Anderson.
You do not represent him?
Unless this is an inherited file that I know nothing about, what I'm saying is I've never met Mr. Anderson. I'm not just looking at the, I'm just happened to look down and saw my name as representing him.
Okay, I see an entry of appearance back on June 16, 2021 by PD Ray Williams. So looks like the Public Defender's Office had already decided to take this case.
Okay.
Yep, it might have been inherited. It might be a part of the package you inherited, not the kind of bequeath that you want, but you got it.
And that's, I just want to make that announcement to let Your Honor know I haven't spoken to Mr. Anderson. So
all right.
Who's the prosecutor? Because
Your Honor, the
I can try
state's
to.
offer was sent to Mr. Gaither on January 24th
Did you get it?
via
Well,
email.
I've been in court all week, so I haven't really
Okay.
checked my email as much as possible, to be honest with you, because I'm in Superior Court on a couple of cases as well.
Resend that email, Ms. Riley, to Mr. Gaither. Make sure you put in there, Tawaski Anderson. All right, Mr. Anderson, you're represented by Mr. Gaither. And he is going to, what's a good number for you, Mr. Anderson?
470-909.
909?
8164.
That was 470-909-8164. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
I have it, and I'll give you a call, Mr. Anderson. And is the discovery uploaded into Odyssey? Because if so, I'll download it and go over it with Mr. Anderson and report back with the.
Yes, discovery was filed June 22nd of 2021. Now put the offer on the record. It is 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, the balance on probation, 8 anger management classes, 20 hours of community service, and to have no contact with the victim, Sherry Pitts.
okay.
Okay,
All right, next one is Simone Ashley.
Mr. Anderson, put yourself on mute, and I'll call you as soon as I can. Okay.
Okay.
Simone Ashley, oh, she's talking? Okay,
Yes, so she's talking with me right now.
okay,
So if you come back there, that'd be great.
excellent, thank you. Dorothea Bates. Dorothea Bates.
So she should be online. She has.
I'm here. I'm here.
See her? Okay, got her. And who is representing you, Ms. Bates?
I put in the application.
When?
I'm waiting on the, I put in, first I put it in, it was blank, not too long ago, it was blank, and I resent it.
We did receive it, Judge. I'm not 100% sure she qualifies, but could I ask Mr. Gator to have a look at that? Have a look at Ms. Bates' application that just came by email.
When did you get it by email?
What?
When did you get it by email?
About 5 minutes ago.
5 minutes ago?
Well, no.
The first one was blank, so I had to refill it out and resend it.
Ms. Bates, hold on. It was, I don't know when it was received in our office. It was sent by somebody in our office.
I see, okay. All right, Mr. Gaither, are you looking at the application?
I just received, got the email just now. I'm taking a look.
Ms. Bates, you'll have to hold to see whether the Public Defender's Office can represent you. So I'm going to put that down.
Okay.
Need to mute yourself, please. Anthony Caldwell. Anthony Caldwell. Anthony Caldwell.
Your Honor, that is my case.
Miss Helen, is that your case?
Good morning, Judge.
All right. Anthony Caldwell, have you heard from him?
I have not, Judge. I wanted to see if he would appear in person or either on Zoom, Judge, and I announced pretrial in that case.
Okay. Anthony Caldwell.
Your Honor, if he does not appear, the state will ask for a bench warrant.
Granted?
Hello?
Yes.
No, excuse me, pardon me. I am in here on behalf of.
I cannot speak with you unless you start your video.
Okay, understood. One moment. I apologize. My name is Trina Williams. I am trying to let you all know that Anthony Caldwell is currently in DeKalb County.
Okay.
That's why he wasn't able to get in contact with you guys.
When was he incarcerated?
Earlier in January, I believe like on the 14th or maybe the 12th.
Okay.
His grandmother did contact me and said that he was supposed to have a court case coming up and that the Zoom information, and she wasn't able to understand it. So they did ask me to make sure that you guys knew that he was incarcerated at this time.
And do you know if it's a misdemeanor or a felony?
I believe it's a misdemeanor.
All right. I'm going to reset it to March 2nd status calendar.
March
Pending
2nd.
his release, right. And his attorney is Miss Helen. Do you have his phone number?
I don't have a phone number for him.
Miss Williams, can I get your contact information so that when you get information that Mr. Caldwell has been released, you can contact me?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you send it in the chat for me, please?
And that is.
I'll
There are
send
three
you a
dots.
message.
Yeah, there are 3 dots on your screen.
Okay, I see it. Thank you. Down on the bottom.
All right.
So
Please
just
mute
put
your
my name
screen.
and my phone number.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about this, you all.
No problem.
He
I'm glad
just
you
wanted
showed
to
up.
make sure that you guys knew that he was incarcerated at the time.
All right, I'm
So that he
vacating the
didn't get a
bench
bench
warrant.
warrant.
It's a good thing you showed up. Please mute your screen. Okay.
Thank you.
Tavarius Kennedy, Tavarius Kennedy. Tavarius Kennedy, Cannady.
The state would request a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Granted. Jamaica Carr, Miss Carr, I did see you on the, there you are. All right.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, and who represents you, Miss Carr?
So I just made contact with the public defender's office yesterday and got the application through email, and I wasn't able to print it off. So can I speak to someone today?
You were not able to turn what off?
To print the application out. My phone doesn't allow me to do it from the phone, and I'm in
Okay, what's your number?
It's 678-251-7226.
All right, Miss Helen, did you want to speak with her?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Miss Helen is going to probably reach out to you on your phone and see if you qualify. Otherwise, you may have to consider other options. All right,
Okay.
so this is Miss Helen's going to contact you. Okay, it's position 8. Okay. Andrew Cradle. Andrew Cradle.
State would request a bench warrant.
Granted. Bobby Davis. Bobby, middle initial M. Davis. Bobby Davis.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Someone with Samsung. Okay. Yes, sir. Are you Bobby M. Davis?
Yes, I am. I just spoke with the public defender's office this morning, and they just sent me the application. I haven't done the application yet, so I will need to speak with one of your public defenders who are available today.
What's your phone number?
Area 433.
I'm sorry, nope, didn't hear you at all. Let me start again.
404.
Nope, no audio. All right, where are you physically located? You can come down to the courthouse right now.
Okay, not a problem.
All right, the courthouse is at 160 Price Street in courtroom G33. We have public defenders in the court. I can't hear you. I can't get your phone number. All right, it is 10:05 right now. I expect you here by 11 a.m. Okay? Courtroom G33, 160 Price Street. Thank you.
I gotta go.
Okay, Jim, Cody Evans. Cody Evans. All right, Mr. Evans. Evans, if you could unmute, please. Nope, can't hear you. Need to unmute. Alicia Geter. Alicia Geter, G-E-T-E-R. Is there a Ms. Geter in the courtroom? No? Alicia Geter, G-E-T-E-R.
Your Honor, she is positions 15 and 16. The state would be requesting bench warrants.
All right, let me see if anybody, Alicia Geter, G-E-T-E-R. All right, bench warrant granted.
In your Honor, going back to position 13 with Mr. Cody Evans, I don't know if he can hear us, but his case was null prost on January 23rd.
Oh, okay. Well, when he unmutes himself, maybe we can tell him that. I don't know. He's
He
frozen
appears to
right
be
now.
frozen, yes.
Yeah, okay. Shanta Jackson. Shanta Jackson. Shanta Jackson.
I'm here.
All right. And Ms. Jackson, who is your attorney?
I don't have one.
All right. You were accused of battery, domestic violence back on May 18, 2021. Position 18.
So I was hoping to represent myself. I wanted to, well, I'm pleading not guilty. I spoke with the initial judge when I was arrested and explained to him what happened, but I'm not sure what to do moving forward. I wanted to request to be dismissed.
On what grounds?
Well, I would assume lack of evidence, but I'm not sure what evidence is against me at this point.
Discovery was filed on January 25th, 2023.
Yesterday?
Yeah. So you would need to hire an attorney, or you can come down to the clerk's office and get a copy of the discovery that's been filed. Your case is going to be scheduled for a bench trial on April 20th.
Your Honor, the state would object to a bench trial in this case. This is a battery family violence, and the defendant has not waived her right to a jury trial.
All right. Ms. Jackson, do you want a bench trial before a judge, or do you want a jury trial?
I'm not sure how to choose that.
If I
bench
could
trial.
apply for the public defender's office.
Hang on, Miss Riley. A bench trial is one in which you have the case tried before a judge. There is no jury. The state would present their case, their witnesses, and their evidence, and they would have to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you choose to represent yourself, then you would be responsible to make sure that you have all your witnesses and evidence, as well as your arguments against the state's case. If you choose a jury trial, the case would be scheduled further down the road, where you would be responsible, just like the state would, on selecting a panel of jurors to be sworn in to try to be the trial fact.
Understood. So I would select to have a bench trial and waive my right to a jury trial.
Okay, this will be risk. Yes, Ms. Riley.
Has Ms. Jackson applied for the public defender's office?
I actually spoke with the public defender's office in June of last year. And when I spoke with them, they told me that I made too much money to actually be represented by them. So I don't feel that this is a situation that I would require to actually pay for a lawyer because I actually didn't do anything. So I want to represent myself.
Okay, so I'm generating a case management order. The case is going to be scheduled for a bench trial on April 20th at 1:30 p.m. Mr. Jackson, as I've said, if you want access to the discovery as well as to the case management order and so forth, they're all available on Odyssey. In the meantime, we'll see you for trial on April 20th at 1:30 p.m.
I have a question. Is there another way to get it besides through Odyssey? I think someone earlier was saying I have to pay for that.
You just have to come down to the clerk's office.
Okay. And that's the only way. I can't email someone or get a phone number.
Understood. You have to get ready for trial, don't you?
I do. I was trying to do it without having to leave work.
All right. Any other questions?
I'm asking if there's no other way. You're saying the only other way is to come down to the court office?
All right, we'll see you on April 20th. Come down to the clerk's office and send us all your updated information. And you can also fill out all your updated information.
Your Honor, the state would like to place the offer on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
It's 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served 1 day, balance probated, a family violence intervention program, an alcohol and drug evaluation, and any treatment that is recommended, and to have no further violent or harassing contact with the alleged victim, Michael Cabbage Stalk.
Okay. Did you want to consider that plea offer, Ms. Jackson?
Considering that I'm not guilty and that it would go on my record, I'd have to decline.
Okay, it's declined. See you on April 20th, but remember to come down and update your contact information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is Cody Evans. I think I got kicked off.
Yes, Mr. Evans, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, the state has decided not to prosecute this case, so the matter is closed. You're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Gregory Jacques, I think that was scheduled for pre-trial.
A pre-trial with Mr. Barber, yes.
Okay. Lydia Keita. Lydia Keita.
I have spoken with her. I don't know why she's not answering. I thought she'd be here. I don't know if she's online.
I hope she's online. Lydia.
I expected her here.
Keita, Keita. Lydia. I'm sorry, go ahead.
State will request a bench warrant, Your Honor.
All right. Bench warrants granted. Mr. Pone, if you have the contact number from which you reached her, make sure she gets here before. Okay.
I'm just surprised she's not here. I usually do have.
Well, Darius Lindley. Darius Lindley. Are you Mr. Lindley?
Yes, ma'am.
You're Lindley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you want to speak to the prosecutor, sir?
Yeah.
I mean, the public defense attorney? Okay. Stephen Lively. Stephen Lively. Stephen or Stefan? Stefan Lively. Stefan Lively is not present.
The state requests a bench warrant.
Granted. Position 26, Travis Manuel.
Your Honor, we're here present.
Oh, have you got the plea paperwork sent in?
Yes, everything's.
Monica, we good? Why don't you and your client come up to the podium, please?
Yes, no.
I got it.
Your Honor, while they're coming to the podium and getting situated, may I make an announcement on position number 3, Dorothea Bates?
Yeah, what about Ms. Bates?
I reviewed her application. Unfortunately, she does not qualify for the services of the public defender.
All right, thank you. I'll get back to her. All right, this is State versus Travis Manuel, case number 22 CR 007207. in which Mr. Manuel was accused of reckless driving, failure to use the seatbelt, an expired or tag or unregistered vehicle, racing and speeding from May 22nd, 2021. Mr. Manuel, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Ms.
Brown Melchor.
Ms. Belshore, is that correct?
Brown Melchor.
Brown Melchor.
Yes, Your Honor, correct.
All right, and your attorney is Ms. Brown Melchor. Do I have the front part of the verdict form sheet?
We submitted everything, Your Honor.
It's okay. All right, so we'll proceed otherwise. And who's our prosecutor, Ms. Githier?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. And so for purposes of the plea, may I place your client under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Manuel, please take your hands out of your pocket. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Githier, what is the recommendation from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. As far as count 1, it merges into count 4. Counts 2 and 3 will be null pros. Count 4 is 10 days in jail suspended upon the payment of $500. And count 5 merges into count 4.
Okay. So count 1 merges into count 4. Okay, so that goes into racing. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then count, okay, then we have a count 5 is also merged, which is speeding, and count 2 and 3 are null cross. So the only thing we're looking at is 1 count of racing.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Correct.
And 10 days in jail suspended upon a payment of a $500 fine. Is that correct?
That's correct, and he can pay that today.
All right. And is your client going to pay today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue and ID, Ms.
I do.
Brewster? Okay. Mr. Manuel, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood what your attorney has explained to you, the plea terms of the plea offer, as well as the everything else with respect to what's happened so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yeah.
Are you need to say yes or no?
Say yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Manuel, if you decide to accept this plea offer and plead guilty to 1 count of racing, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court and have a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not be able to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, present any defenses you may have, as well as have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of racing?
And Your Honor, I have reached out to Ms. Githier. We were going to request that he, or ask the court if you would accept a NOLO. I believe he has it available. He also did complete a defensive driving course. I do have a copy here in person. For Your Honor, I can give it to the bailiff.
Well, I don't know. I assume this was a negotiated plea. So Ms. Githier?
We had never discussed guilty or NOLO, so.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. You cut with the racing.
The only charge that we're doing is
Right.
racing. So I'm scratching out the other charges.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
The state objects to the NOLO, Your Honor.
On grounds? Does he have any priors?
Let me just double check. I'm checking, Your Honor, just 1 moment.
Now I do. Thank you.
He does have a theft charge from 2015.
Any
And
traffic?
there's no disposition on it. There's no, Your Honor, I'm just checking. No, there's not.
I'll accept the nolo contendere plea. Do you have the defensive driving?
Yes, Your Honor. That was not part of negotiations, but he did complete that, Your Honor.
Okay. This will be a nolo plea for Mr. Manuel. Mr. Manuel, that simply means that you won't get the points incurred for this, but this conviction will still be out there. And hopefully you will take advantage of the classes that you undertook to understand that this is not exactly acceptable conduct. But moving on, how do you plead to one count of racing?
No.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve, 10 days, which will be suspended upon payment of a $500 fine. And you and your attorney are representing that the fine is going to be paid today. So you'll be directed to the Treasury to pay the fine. In that case, then you will not need to report to probation. Understood?
Ma'am.
All right. Anything else?
That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The no pros has been submitted, Your Honor.
Yes, I've got it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh, hang on. Your client had to stay so we can give him directions to where to go to pay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was downstairs.
No, no.
I'm not, okay.
We've had a few geographical relocations, so
Okay, understood.
from water damage, so you might, either you can stay or your client can stay. It's up to you both. Okay, thank you. Here we go. Victor Marshall. Victor.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Marshall's under the name Lynette. All right, Mr. Marshall, are you represented by counsel?
Yes.
I received an email yesterday by Mr. Korn.
Yes, Judge, our office represents him. In fact, I was representing him.
All right, Mr. Korn.
I filed an entry of appearance yesterday, Judge. I did look and see discovery has been filed. I need to review it. It was filed on the 23rd, so a 3 days ago. I need to go over that with Mr. Marshall, and I need to speak with the prosecutor, excuse me. And what I'd like for now is to reset this case until I can have.
I'm going to arraign the case, or do you want to file a waiver of arraignment?
All right, at this time, Judge, we honorably are not going to waive further review of the charges. That's seven for another status conference.
Okay, I still have to go to the spiel unless you want to file a written waiver of arraignment.
I will file a
Okay.
written waiver.
Okay, make sure you put a note there. We expect a written waiver of arraignment.
I will do.
And the case is reset to March 2nd. Status calendar. Do you have an offer on the table?
I don't have one on this one, but I will get up with, who's the prosecutor?
Miss
That is
Vivian.
me. I can state the offer on the record right now, Your Honors. 12 months to serve, 2 days, credit for time served, 2 days, balance suspended.
So it's a time served. The case will be closed today if he wants to take the plea.
I think I need to talk with him about that.
Okay, what's your phone number? Do you have it, Mr. Korn, or?
Double check, I'm pretty sure I do, but you do need to finish my business.
Let me go ahead and do this. Mr. Marshall, what's your phone number?
678-698-0940.
0940. Okay. Mr. Marshall, your attorney, Mr. Korn, is going to call you and see if you want to accept the plea offer, which will close your case out today. All right?
Yes.
And if it's accepted, then Ms. Gippier, hopefully you have the paperwork ready to go.
I will get it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. McKinley, you're back in your car. Did you have all the documents sent in already?
Yes, Judge. So I've sent the documents in to the court. I sent it to the prosecutor and also Miss Redden. So hopefully everybody has it there, and I copied my client on it. I just got back into my car. It's not moving. And I noticed that they sent me the plea paperwork. So I'm about to forward that email to my client. And I'd like to see if I could have maybe a 5-minute break to go over. I've already gone over all of his rights with him and sort of what our plan is for today. And he's in agreement. But I'd like to see if I could have a 5-minute break with him to make sure he's signing and initialing where he needs to be initialing. And I'm also going to give him permission to sign my name, and then he'll scan the paperwork back to the court.
Okay, sounds good. You have more than 5 minutes, so take your time. Thank you.
I always appreciate your courtesy. Thanks, Judge.
Okay, Derek May, D-E-R-I-C-K-M-A-Y. Derek May, M-A-Y.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. May is present, and who's your attorney, Mr. May?
I don't know, ma'am. I haven't had any contact with anybody.
Your case has been languishing since 2017. Haven't you hired an attorney yet?
No, ma'am. I've been
Your Honor,
going
the
through.
calendar indicates Rose Woodbury, who was previously with the Public Defender's Office.
Okay. Miss Helen, Miss Gate, Mr. Gaither, are you all familiar with this case?
I am not, Judge. I'm still speaking with Ms. Carr, but I am not. Which position are you guys on?
28. An entry of appearance was filed on October 28, 2022 by Miss Rose Woodbury. Is she still with the Fulton County Public Defender's Office?
She is, Judge. Again, I'm still speaking with Ms. Carr, but I am not familiar with that case.
All right.
I can, Judge, I'm not familiar with the case either, but I can speak with him.
Okay.
Yes, no problem.
What's your phone number, Mr. May?
404.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
May?
470.
Which one is it? 404 or 470?
470.
Okay.
435. 5184.
And that's your direct phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Frank Gaither from the Public Defender's Office is going to reach out to speak to you. And if he can't reach you, you need to make sure you come down to the courthouse.
Okay.
Your case has been going around too long, and I need to see whether it's going to go to trial very soon. Thank you. Do not
Mr. May,
leave.
just give me a few minutes. I'm going to call you in a few minutes. Okay, Mr. May?
Okay.
Okay.
Spencer Pace. Have I addressed that? Spencer Pace, P-A-C-E.
I'm here.
All right, this is Galaxy A21. You need to have your video on. Otherwise, you need to come down to the courtroom.
All right, I'm trying to drive it. I'm trying to leave it on. I'm trying to turn it on now.
All right, Mr.
Yes,
Pace.
can you see me?
Who's your attorney? Mr. Spencer Pace,
Yes,
who's
hello?
your attorney?
I don't have one.
All right.
I
And
may
have
need,
you
I may need to, I may
spoken to
need
the
to speak
public?
with the public. No, I haven't. I may need to speak with one.
All right. I don't know if your Zoom is working well, but if you give me your phone number, you can speak to the Public Defender's Office.
Yes, my number is 404-438-2552.
Mr. Gaither, can I add this to your list too?
And just realized that I was on mute. I'm sorry, Judge. Yes, can I get that number one more time?
Position 28, you're going to be calling him. Position 30, Mr. Spencer Pace. He
Right.
is also not conferred with the Public Defender's Office. Would you like to confer with him?
Yes, I'll speak with him, Judge. Mr. Pace, have you filled out an application yet?
No, I haven't.
All right. You need to look at the chat feature, ladies and gentlemen. The information is there where you can send an email to get the application to apply for the Public Defender's Office. But in the meantime, Mr. Gaither, his phone number is 404-438-2552.
Okay, I got your number, Mr. Pace, but please look in the chat, like the judge says, follow those instructions and fill out the application first. That's the first step, okay?
All right, I'm gonna do that.
All right.
Ready for your card.
No, Mr. Pace, you need to send an email.
Yes, I'm about to do that right now.
Okay, thank you. Jeffrey Powell. Jeffrey Powell. Jeffrey Powell, Powell.
Oh, Your Honor, that case was null prost, and it was sent to Ms. Redden on January 25th, yesterday.
Position 34, Jordan Randall. Jordan Randall. Jordan Randall.
Hi, I'm here. I'm sorry. Good morning.
Are you in bed?
No, but I am sick. I have a cold.
Okay. Who's your attorney?
My attorney is Attorney Lupin. He's not here. He's in trial.
She filed a notice of conflict late last night, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Randall, you're going to call your attorney and let her know that she needs to appear via Zoom. I required either your attorney or you to appear in person. And she filed a notice of conflict last night at 11 p.m.
Yes, he's in trial today. He didn't know that he would have trial.
Yeah. So you are not released until he shows up.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. And so we can only get started on position 34, waiting on Attorney Lubin. Sorry about that. Okay, going over again. Donald Sims, are you present? Donald Sims? All right. Darren Stanley? Darren Stanley? Darren Stanley?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did Donald Sims,
No, he did not respond.
okay, the state requested a bench warrant?
Granted. Darren Stanley? Darren Stanley is not present?
I'm right here.
Where? Oh, there he is. Okay. You need to say present.
I raised my hand, sorry.
I didn't see you. I'm looking at different places. Okay. All right, Mr. Stanley, who's your attorney?
Miss Helen.
Miss Helen?
Yeah, Helen.
Okay. Miss Catrice Helen, are you available?
Yes, Judge. I would just need a moment if Mr. Stanley can send me his phone number or if it could be read out at this
What's
moment.
your phone number, sir?
404
Mm-hmm.
337 5877 8576.
404.
What's the phone number? Hey, Judge, I think you're frozen.
Yes, Judge Law is frozen. We still can't hear the courtroom.
Yeah, I just got kicked off and it automatically logged me back in.
Okay, so there must be something going on downtown.
I think the
Okay.
connection just went out. I'm waiting to see if the judge joins back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Judge, we still can't hear you. If Mr. Stanley could either chat or send me his phone number, please.
This is Jordan. I don't know which ASG it's supposed to be, but my attorney said that will be in about 5 minutes. He had to take some time from the court.
Okay, thank you for the update.
No
And let
problem.
the court know when she comes back on, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, folks, sorry about that. The last case, I believe, was Darren Stanley, who is waiting on a call from Miss Helen.
Yes.
Okay, then you please have a seat. And Miss Helen, if you can still hear me, the phone number was 404-337-8576 for Darren Stanley, position 38.
Received, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Paul Tavella, Mr. Korn, are you going to represent him?
I'm sorry, what name?
The gentleman in the green jacket.
I don't know.
Did
that
you
off
speak to him?
I have not speaking to him yet. I've not spoken to you yet. No, sorry.
Were you planning to speak with the public defender's office?
No, I'm fine with that one.
All right, come all the way around. All right, Mr. Paul Tavella, you were cited for hunting without permission on October 16, 2021. This is State versus Paul Anthony Tavella, 22 CR 00222-8G. Mr. Tavella, you are choosing to represent yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
I already advised you of the consequences of representing yourself. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you do have a right to remain silent as I've so advised you. How are you proceeding in this case?
As far as pleading,
If you decide you want to take a plea offer, I don't know what the plea is, what is the recommendation from the prosecution?
well, some of discovery is wrong. They're charging me with 3 counts and it's only 2 counts.
What is the plea offer, Ms. Githier, for position 39?
For each count is a $500 fine for a total of $1,500 plus all applicable surcharges.
All right, let me see.
Two of them were warnings and 2 of them were actual citations.
Okay, I'm pulling up the citation, so let's see. Let me see what documents were. All right, so 1, 2, and 3. The first accusation is for hunt and enter upon the land of another city of Atlanta off West Park Drive. And this was on September 14, 2021. Second accusation was for September 25th, 2021. And the third one was for October 16, 2021. And I'm looking, and it says over here, State of Georgia warning, 9/25/2021. Hunting without permission, okay. And here's the summons accusation. And this was for, no, this was a summons accusation for October 16. Okay, so this one is good. And the summons was for September 14. Okay, that one is good. Right. Ms. Kitty, it looks like the one for September 5th was titled warning. September 25th.
Okay, Your Honor, the state will know across that one.
Okay. All right, so you've got one citation for October 16, Mr. Tavella, and you've got one citation for September 14.
Correct.
All right, and they're going to null process the third one for September 25th. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am. They're getting rid of the ticket, the one.
And stop crushing
I'm
that.
sorry.
And the state is offering that if you want to plead guilty or no contest is a $500 fine per ticket.
I'm
How
not
would you like to proceed?
I'm not interested in that.
I can't understand what you said.
I'm not interested in that. I'm gonna plead not guilty. Yes, ma'am.
Would you like a bench trial or a jury trial?
Bench trial's fine.
Okay. So let me see. Your case was already arraigned and you waived the jury trial back in September of 22nd. Your case is going to be reset for a bench trial on April 20th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
And we will issue a case management order. If you would like a copy of the order or a copy of the discovery that they filed, you can either go to the clerk's office and get a copy, or you can get it from Odyssey.
Okay.
Okay. If you have the seats there, so we just need you to file an acknowledgement that you want to have a trial. Okay? Thank you. Okay, this is going to be reset for bench trial. Anthony Wilburn. Anthony Wilburn.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
You see me?
Are you in bed?
No.
Okay, all right. Mr. Wilburn, who's your attorney?
It was a dude, but I haven't talked to him since I was released.
What's the dude's name?
I don't know. I'm just not getting letters 2 days ago about court case. I've been trying to figure out.
I hate to think of lawyers going through 3 years of law school and all that work and experience and just to be referred to as a dude. Okay.
I don't know which one.
So have you applied for the public defender's office?
Yes, it was a public defender.
Have you applied?
I didn't apply again because when I first got out, it was a public defender who defended.
Okay, where are you located right now?
I'm on Evans.
Where?
I'm on Evans, like by Silver Road.
All right. It's 10:45 right now. I expect you to be in the courtroom by 11:30 a.m.
All right. Well, I'm on the bus, man. I don't have a car.
What?
Okay, I'm on the bus. I don't have a car. But
Well, get Uber. We'll see you at 11:30 a.m.
All right.
in court.
All right, I'm on the way.
Thank you. On the way, position 42. All right, Mr. Wilburn, you might want to get off the Zoom and get into the Uber. You need to expect it here at 11:30 a.m. Otherwise, the bench warrant will be issued.
All right.
Thank you. Aaron Williams. Aaron Williams.
I'm present. Can you see me or hear me?
He's on Zoom, Judge.
Okay, there he is. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Williams, who's your attorney?
I don't have an attorney.
Have you applied for the public defender's office?
No, but I just sent an email this morning once I saw in the chat that
Okay.
the information that they gave out.
Well, you just have to wait until someone responds then. 43, holding for a PD. Jacqueline Woodard.
Judge, in our case, I've spoken with her and she does qualify. And so we're gonna represent her. We'll file.
Probably need to come up to the microphone because with her, Miss Woodard, come all the way across so that the prosecutor can hear you. This is position 44. All right, Ms. Woodard is going to be represented by the Public Defender's Office, Mr. Korn.
Yes, Your Honor, I will be representing Ms. Woodard.
All right, she was released on a pretrial bond back in June of 2021. She waived a jury trial on August 30th, 2021. A waiver of arraignment was filed. discovery was submitted on January 23rd, 2023. So how would you like to proceed?
Well, this is my first time dealing with the case, so Judge, I'd like to ask for a set off one time so I can review that discovery and discuss it with Ms. Woodard.
Okay, Ms. Gipier, what is the plea offer?
Yes, Your Honor, it is 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 3 days, and the balance will be suspended.
Well, that's essentially a time served plea if you want to get it over with today.
Oh, I did my class.
What's that?
I did my class. Look at it.
She is fine with that, Judge. She'd like to accept that.
Ms. Gipier, please submit the plea paperwork and we will take that up. Have a seat, Ms. Woodard. As soon as we get the plea paperwork, we'll take up the plea. Ms. Gipier, so I'm expecting two plea paperwork for 2 cases from you. Thank you.
Yes.
Dwight Yarborough. Dwight Yarborough. I see his panel. Mr. Yarborough, you need to unmute
Hello, Your Honor.
and your video needs to be on.
There we go.
Okay. All right, Mr. Yarborough, this is case 22 CR 002-709G, hunting without permission, fishing or hunting without a license. How are you proceeding, sir?
I'm guilty.
Okay. Ms. Gipier, what was the plea recommendation?
For count 1, a fine of $500 plus all applicable surcharges, and count 2, a fine of $100 plus all applicable surcharges.
All right. Mr. Yarborough, if you want to plead guilty to these charges and waive your right to a trial to challenge these charges in a court of law, you would need to come down to the courthouse so that we can have the paperwork all prepared for you to review and sign off.
Yes, ma'am. It's well, okay. So I just need to come down there and get the stuff to sign off on, and there's
That's
no
right, because the prosecutor would need to present the paperwork to the court. I need to print it out, give it to you. You need to review them. And if you want to do that, we can close the case out today. Are you very far away?
I'm not. I can actually make it down there. I think late this evening. I think I could make it down there.
Okay, well, that's very good.
Does it need to happen today or?
Do we have an earlier plea calendar?
Also, Your Honor, should
I'm going to reset you to March 2nd.
Okay.
March 2nd at 9 a.m. You need to come down in person.
Yes, ma'am. And should I go ahead and bring the fine, the payment?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
May I also say before he gets off the screen, Your Honor, that it's $500 plus all applicable surcharges and $100 plus all applicable surcharges. Just so you're aware.
Is that going to be?
I don't know if the court can give him the exact amount.
All right. What's your email, Mr. Yarborough?
It is dwight.yarborough@gmail.com, and I can spell that for you if you like.
Okay, hang on. So it's your full name, Dwight Yarborough?
Dwight period Yarborough
Got it.
@gmail.com.
That's YARBROUGH, right?
Yes, ma'am.
@gmail.com. Got it. All right. See you on March 2nd, 2023, and your case will be set for plea.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Yes,
Mr. An, good morning. Your client is Miss Lindley?
Miss Randall,
Miss
Jordan Randall.
Got it. Position 34. Okay, she was required to be down here in person, and then I get a conflict letter last night at 11 a.m.
Yes, I apologize, Judge. I was just called in for it, and it was my understanding that it was it was a hybrid type of hearing. She could have been
No, if your client is going to take a plea, she had to appear in.
Oh, this will not be a plea.
Will not be a plea, and so you're going to trial?
Yes, subject to a motion to suppress.
I don't see a motion filed.
It was filed yesterday before the conflict letter.
I think it was
okay.
filed a few minutes before the conflict, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, I'm going to schedule this for a motions calendar on April 20th at 11:30 a.m. in person.
Noted, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. On, thank you very much. You're free to go.
Thank you. May Ms. Randall be excused as well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Riley, have you had your pre-trial breakout with Mr. Barber?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Glanville, if you could place Mr. Barber, Attorney Michael Barber, and Ms. Denise Riley in a breakout, please.
But Your Honor, before I
Your
go,
Honor,
I would
before-
like to place the offer for Ms. Bates, position 3 on the record. She did not qualify for the public defender's office.
What's the offer?
For count 1, it is 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 4 days, the balance on probation, a family violence intervention program, and to have no further violent or harassing contact with victim Ronald Allen. Count 2 would merge count 3. Count 3 is 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 4 days, balance probated, a family violence intervention program, and this is all concurrent with count 1, and to have no further violent or harassing contact with Jada Allen.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Glanville, and place the case in a breakout for, and Ms. Riley, that will be for positions 12, 19, and 20.
Yes, I think Mr. Gaither's trying to get my attention also.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get everybody's attention. I have an announcement before. I'm trying to catch Miss Riley just so she can be a part of the announcement before she goes to the breakout. I have announcements for positions 1 and position 28. Position 1 is Tawaski Anderson. I've spoken with him. I was able to go over a few documents. I'm having problems opening the others, but I just want to have this case pushed or reset to the next available calendar to give me an opportunity to go over the discovery with Mr. Anderson and talk to him a little further about the case.
Position 1's reset to the final plea calendar on April
Okay.
20th at 9 a.m.
All right.
All right.
And the same announcement for position number 28. I've spoken with Mr. Derek May. Just need an opportunity to go over the discovery that I was able to open and talk to
By
him
the
as
way,
well.
that's in person, okay? These resets to final plea are all in person, not Zoom. So Derek May, you're also seeking a final plea reset?
Yes, ma'am.
Derek May, position 28 is reset for a final plea on April 20th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. May.
I'm releasing Ms. Riley to the breakout. Mr. May and Mr. Anderson, please keep in touch with your attorney. You're both free to go. Mr. Glanville, please place Ms. Riley in the breakout with Mr. Barber. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I apologize. Just have 2 announcements.
Just a minute, just a minute. Are any of the private attorneys ready for their pleas? No. No.
Judge, can I give you a quick status?
I have the paperwork from the recommendations and the accolades for Mr. Lockhart. I don't have the plea paperwork.
Correct. So my client is completing that right now. We've gone over it and he's going to be able to scan it to the court and also to the prosecutor. I would anticipate it'll probably be done in the next 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay.
Is what we anticipate. We appreciate the courtesy, Judge.
Okay. And Ms. Jones?
Your Honor, for an update, Ms. Gaithier did send me the discovery. We just do not have a video. So if we can continue to that day, I think we'd be able to work it out as long as, and she said she's going to request the video if we get the actual video to look at.
That is correct, Your Honor. I do not have access to it right now. It may take a couple of days to obtain that video.
Reset to final plea calendar on April 20th at 11:30 a.m.
And I
Thank
do
you, Your Honor.
apologize. Ms. Jones, what case was that?
Position 41. 41.
Thank you.
So there is video footage that we are waiting on?
Per the police report, there is body cam. I will verify that.
Okay, good. Thank
And
you.
this was reset for April 20th.
April 20th, 11:30 a.m., final plea calendar.
Thank you.
All right.
May we be
Mr.
excused?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Jones. Have a good day. Mr. O'Hagan? Yeah, you were waiting on the breakout with whom? With Ms. Gittier, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is position 32. Mr. Glanville, if you could place Ms. Sarita Gittier in a breakout with attorney Mike O'Hagan. This is regarding position 32.
It's done, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
And I have a few announcements on the folks I've interviewed as well.
Okay, who is your prosecutor?
All of them.
Who have, just give me a few moments. With regards to your announcements, do your clients need to remain in the courtroom then?
They're all, they qualify, announcing that they qualify for our service. I was gonna ask for a reset date.
You've got a couple of pleas to take, right?
At least one plea, yeah.
Okay,
Victor Marshall is not going to be a plea. We have got some work to do on that.
okay.
And he's online. And
I don't know why the screen, we've been having some technical.
I see.
Okay. All right, just a second. Miss Bates, do you have a question?
Yes, I would like
Can
to.
you put the yellow hand signal down, please?
Okay. let me see.
Okay,
Yes,
what's your
I'd like her to repeat the plea deal, please.
Okay. On the simple, you've got 3 charges: simple battery, cruelty to children, 3rd degree, and battery domestic violence. The cruelty charge is going to merge with the battery charge, so you're facing 2 possible charges. You follow me so far?
Yeah.
On the simple battery, the state is requiring 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 4 days, so there's no jail time. You'll be placed on probation to do a 6-month domestic violence program, and you're to have no violent contact with Ronald Allen. For the battery charge, the sentence is going to be combined with the first one, so it's concurrent. And it's going to be 12 months served 4 days, credit for time served 4 days. There's no jail time. And you'll do that domestic violence program. Like I said, it's combined, so you just need to do one 24-week program for both charges. And you have to have no violent contact with Jada Allen.
So that means no contact with her at all.
No, no violent contact. You cannot have any physical or verbal altercations with either of the Allens.
Oh, and would that be still on my record?
Yes. All right, so mute your screen and think about it, then let me know whether you want to take the plea so I can let the prosecutor know, or whether you want to go to trial. But we'll have to wait until the prosecutor appears.
Okay, I'll wait.
All right. Okay. The Richardson's case was. No, I can do it. Okay. Mr. Richardson, do you remember who was the prosecutor when y'all addressed this case?
believe it was Eon Walker. He was with the.
Oh, Ian Walker? Okay. And that's so we can see if we can hop onto the Zoom to address this. Yes. All right. Is there anyone else in the courtroom whose name I did not call? Did you all speak to the public defender? No, I called you. I called you.
Oh, actually, you did call her, the judge, I talked with her briefly a moment ago. She's on the, arraignment calendar, had been a bench warrant, I guess. And she did appear.
Okay. This was, what's her name?
Stacey Williams, #1 on the arraignment calendar.
Oh, on the ring calendar. Yeah. All right. And is she represented by the public defender's office?
I was going to interview her.
All right, Ms. Williams, would you like to come up to the podium, please? All right, Ms. Williams, this case was reset for an arraignment. In other words, whether you want to plead not guilty to this charge and have the case scheduled for trial. If you just give me a moment. Don't have any prosecutors right now, and unfortunately our screen is not operating. All right, this was one where you did not appear on December 15, and then subsequently the bench warrant was voided on January 2nd. And today you're here. You were charged with DUI in possession of an open alcohol container. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and case was reset for you to appear with an attorney.
You have an attorney?
No,
Have you
No.
reached out to the
no,
public?
I reached out to an attorney and I had also, paid the first time it happened and it was fine.
I'm sorry, what do you mean the first time that it happened?
When, I mean, when the incident originally happened, but it was COVID. So I was on that question. He said, I had to give $1,000 more and I didn't have it. So I had already paid $1,000 and he hadn't been in court with me. So I'm going back and forth with him right now. I'm like,
But he paid the attorney?
I paid it originally when the case first happened, and he said that I owed him another $1,000, but I was quoted $1,000. It was Raymond Stein,
I'm gonna take you some,
but
this did you pay an attorney $1,000?
Yes,
You did.
yeah, when the case first started.
And the case first started back in October of 2021.
And I got one.
When did you pay this attorney?
I got it the next business day, so that was 21, it was that Monday.
And what is the name of this attorney?
Raymond Steinman.
Who?
Steinman.
Spell it.
I got it. Right.
Raymond Stein. And did you tell Mr. Stein that that you had a court date today?
Well, the original, this one I missed.
You tell him about today's date.
No, because he said he wasn't, unless I could come up with the money, he can represent me.
He's never filed an enter of appearance, so you need to go call him right now. He's never filed a document that says, I represent Stacey Williams. So if
Not even from the original,
nothing.
Judge, I'm sorry, as I understand it, he wants another $1,000 for he'll do that.
No, nothing at all. So you need to call him and let him know that he either needs to show up in court or refund your money, because I don't see any representation over here. Was he ever in a courtroom with you?
No.
Okay. And then you can speak to the public defender's office to see if you qualify. Otherwise, we'll have to figure out what's going on. What would you like to do?
I will speak to the public defender because I'm going back and forth with him about my money.
Okay, there you go. Go speak to Mr. Korn then. Thank you.
And Your Honor, can I make 2 announcements?
Miss Helen?
Yes, Judge.
I'm just taking, okay, look, I've got a prosecutor out. Just 1 second. Mr. Barber, what is the status for position 12, L. Olami?
Okay, so ASG Riley and Attorney Rosenblum had some emails going back and forth. She reviewed all of the evidence that we gave her, and she believed that mental health court is the best option for Mr. Olami, and we agree. So that one, I believe, is going to be referred to mental health court.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Do we have a date?
Your Honor, it's a process that the referral has to go through. They have to accept him into mental health court.
Okay. And is there an order for the referral?
I'm not sure what you mean. I still have to make the referral to the accountability team.
Okay, I'm just simply asking whether does the state provide a proposed order to refer the case to mental health court?
I think it's just internal.
No,
it's just a referral form? Okay.
Yes, it's an internal process, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. This case is going to be removed from the Orca calendar pending. Well, actually, I'm going to reset it to the March 2nd status calendar. And if it's with MH court, then it will be removed from the Orca process. Okay? All right. All right, Mr. Al Olami, you are free to go and just contact your attorney for the updates. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next one is position 19 is Mr. Jacques.
Jacques, so Mr. Jacques is not present in court, but it is a plea. There was some miscommunication. I'm just gonna have to jump
Looks
on.
like I apologize. Looks like he's on Zoom.
I'm right here.
Right, but he's not personally there to enter a plea, and it is a plea, Judge.
Okay. As you can see, I've taken plea hearings virtually, and he needs to be seated and not moving around. It's very distracting. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Riley, have you got the plea paperwork for Mr. Jacques to review?
I have not, Your Honor. I didn't think he was on this call or Zoom at all, but I will prepare that paperwork if Mr. Barber is available or able to do a plea virtually today.
Try and help y'all get it closed. Not a problem.
I'm sorry, there are a lot of people talking. Mr. Jacques, stop walking around, mute your screen. Thank you. Mr. Barber, what was this comment?
I can be available, Judge. I do have a hearing at 1 o'clock in Gwinnett that I have to get to. That's the only issue that might arise.
Okay, I think that's the only plea paperwork that Ms. Riley has to be prepared for. We're still waiting on the Lockhart plea paperwork from Mr. Lockhart, so
Yes, Judge. I just need to get the copy to Mr. Jacques so he can fill it out.
you can, what is Mr. Jacques' email as well?
I have GREGJAX702, and I don't have the ending. Greg, what's your email address?
Well, Your Honor, if once,
Greg JAX702@gmail.com.
Repeat that again, please.
GREGJAX702@gmail.com.
Okay. All right. Yes, Ms. Riley?
I was just going to suggest that if once Attorney Barber discusses it with Mr. Jacks, if he could give him his express permission to sign for him, because even if I email it to both of them, their signatures still have to appear on the same form.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm gonna let the both of them decide how they want to do it. But once you send the plea paperwork, including the verdict form and everything, make sure you email it to both Mr. Barber and Mr. Jacques. All right? Mr. Jacques, once you have the plea paperwork and Mr. Jacques has it also, you both can review it virtually. And if he gives you express permission to sign up on his behalf and circle the correct answer, you're authorized to do so. All right. So before Mr. Jacques, please wait until you get the email. The next one is Carnegie Judy.
Yes, Judge. That one's going to be a plea, but Mr. Judy, he entered a plea into DUI court in Fulton, and he's currently serving his 15 days for DUI court.
Okay.
So he's not here today. Sorry.
Your Honor, he is in custody in Fulton County, and the state's offer is 10 days, in which we will allow to be run concurrent with his current sentence. So he just needs to be on a SAP calendar or some kind of calendar where he can enter a plea virtually from the jail.
Would that be possible, Mr. Barber? I can reset him for the Tuesday or the next Thursday SAP calendar.
Let me just check real quick my electronic leash here. Would the Tuesday calendar be morning or afternoon, Your Honor?
They all start at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I can make it work on Tuesday. I just have Walton Probate. Is it virtual for me as
Yes,
well?
it's virtual for you.
I can make it work. I just have to be in Walton County that morning.
Okay, Ms. Redden? Okay. Position 20 is reset to the SAP calendar on January 31st, I believe.
That is correct.
January 31st at 9 a.m. And this is for a plea on Mr. Carnegie. I believe it's the state's offering the 10 days to run concurrent with whatever he's doing right now. So he'll be given
Correct.
credit. Okay?
Hey, Judge, that login will be the same as it was for today for the Zoom.
Repeat what you just said?
The login for Zoom, will it be the same?
No, you will get a different login.
Okay.
So I'm going to give you an email, michael.jordan
Okay.
at Fulton County GA. Put in your case and say your case is reset to the SAP on January 31st at 9 a.m. You're requesting the Zoom link. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Barber. I think that concludes all your, you have to stick around for the Jacques case. Okay. Ms. Helen, what was your announcements?
Thank you, Judge. The first one is position 38, Mr. Darren Stanley. I believe he's present in court. And Judge, my announcement, we request a jury trial. We requested that date be at least the April jury trial date.
Not possible. We are at the mercy of the cases that are coming through.
Understood, Judge.
All right, so position 38, Darren Stanley, this is going to be a jury trial. And I just need to make sure of a couple of things. We will issue a case management order in that case. The case was arraigned on September 22nd, 2022. So, and discovery was already submitted on January 23rd, 2023. So this case is rescheduled for a jury trial and we'll issue a case management order. Do you have any
Understood,
questions?
Judge. No.
No, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Helen, that was, so you're free to go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. My next announcement, Judge, is position 8 on
Oh, hang on, Mr. Stanley. Have a seat over here. You need to sign the acknowledgement order for the trial. Thank you. Okay, what's your next announcement?
Position 8, Jamikia Carr. She's on the Zoom call, Judge.
Yeah.
Judge, I'm going to enter in my appearance today. Ms. Carr does qualify for our services. I'm requesting that this case just have a one-time reset to the, I guess, next final plea calendar, or is it a status conference calendar?
Let's see what status it is. All right. Okay,
I'm asking if it could go to the next status if possible, Your Honor.
No, it's not going to a status calendar. Are you
Understood.
going to file a waiver of arraignment?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, this is a time served recommendation, case closed. I thought this was a plea today.
It wasn't a plea. Ms. Carr is not accepting any offer that has come from the state today. So, Judge, that's why we're asking for that reset.
All right. Are you entering a waiver of arraignment, Ms. Helen?
Yes, Your Honor, as well as my entry of appearance.
Please email that to Ms. Redden
Yes.
today. And it's going to be reset for a final, did you say a jury trial or bench trial?
Final plea, Judge.
Oh, final plea. Oh.
My last case was a jury
She's
trial.
not taking the plea of time served, but you want to reset it to a final plea. How does that make sense?
We're talking, it possibly could be worked at a final plea calendar, Judge.
No,
but
you can talk today.
I'll go back and speak with Mr. Carr, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. No more resets.
Understood.
All right. Still talking on position number 8. All right. Any other, okay, she's done. Mr. Korn, you had some announcements to make?
I do, Judge. I interviewed following people in terms that they do qualify for our service. I will be representing them.
Let's start with, I think position 1, we've already reset it to April 20th, yes? Oh, that was Mr. Gates' case. Okay. So tell me.
Go through the ones that I
Yeah, let's do that. Mhm.
First one, Simone, actually number 2 on the calendar.
Okay.
She does qualify and I will be representing her. And at this point, we would ask for a reset so that can begin the discovery process.
Begin the discovery process.
Yeah, I just got appointed. Just
Okay,
now.
understood. All right. No, I understand. Okay, based on the procedural history in this case, I'm going to reset it for, do you have the plea offer already?
I don't, but if they could just email it to me, that would be fine.
That's right. You okay with just emailing it to Mr. Korn? Position 2.
I will place it on the record and email it to him, but, or actually I will email it to him. Yes.
Okay. Reset to final plea on April 20th at 9 a.m. in person.
Well, she's here today. I don't think that'll be a problem.
Ms. Ashley, you need to come back in person on April 20th for a final plea calendar at 9 a.m. Thank you. Please keep in touch with your attorney.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, have a seat. We'll give you, yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, next number 10 on the calendar, Bobby Davis. who came in. He had been online, he came in,
Davis, position 10. All right, Mr. Davis is here.
and he does qualify, and I will be representing. Yes, Mr. Davis is here.
Okay,
And again, I would ask for one reset to review the file and make an appropriate recommendation on behalf of Mr. Davis.
let me see.
I will say, Your Honor, it is a time served offer, 12 months to serve, 4 days, credit for time served, 4 days, balance suspended.
All right.
I'll review that with Mr. Davis.
All right, so possible plea for Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, if you decide to accept the state's recommendation, it would be time served. There's nothing else. The case will close today. So Mr. Cohen is going to talk to you.
The next one that I have is, well, we've already talked about Ms. Woodard, who is going to be at the application paperwork yet, but I'm sure we'll soon.
I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Who?
I'm sorry, Jacqueline Woodard.
Oh, Miss Woodard, okay, so that's position 44.
Right, and I believe that's going to be a time served.
Correct. As soon as we get the paperwork, we can address that.
I may have it now. I just gotta check.
Yeah, I literally just said this moments ago.
Okay. Darius Lindley, I interviewed, and we will be accepting representation of him. He is-
Lindley, I'm so sorry, I'm just bouncing between here. So Lindley
I am not.
is position 22, okay?
Right.
What's the announcement?
We will be representing him. Again, I'll ask for a one-time set off so that I can review discovery and make them advise Mr. Lindley on what to do. I know, I don't like putting them off either, but I'm new.
All right, where's Mr. Lindley?
He's here.
Okay, he needs to come all the way down to the podium.
Fine.
You were released from jail in April of 2021. Your case was reset from August 2nd, 2021, where you told the court you were going to hire an attorney.
I don't believe I remember saying that I'd hire an attorney. Couldn't afford one.
Okay. You showed up on August 2nd, 2021. You pled not guilty. And you were arraigned on August 22nd, 2021 by Judge Morrow, where the judge made a note there, defendant will hire an attorney once a trial.
I can't really afford an attorney right now.
Judge, I reviewed his income. There's no chance.
They scheduled for a bench trial on April 20th.
All right.
Discoveries are even submitted. He has already been arraigned. We'll do a case management order and expect everyone to be ready.
And Your Honor, the state would object to a bench trial on a battery family violence offense.
All right, does your client want a bench trial or a jury trial? And what's the offer? Have you all received the offer?
No.
It is, yes, they were just appointed. It's 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days, balance probated, a family violence intervention program, a mental health eval, take any prescribed medication. And probation would not terminate early, but can be non-reporting upon completion of conditions.
All right,
We're going to set up a jury trial, Judge.
okay. This case is going to be reset for a jury trial. And a case management order will issue.
Have a seat. They're going to give you an acknowledgement of receipt of that.
Yes, sir.
All right, your next case?
Mr. Marshall, I think that's all the ones that, oh, Ms. Williams. Ms. Williams on the arraignment calendar number 1.
Yeah.
Does qualify for our services, so we will be representing her. She's on the arraignment calendar, but I think you said she's been arraigned.
This was for a bench warrant was issued, but she didn't show up last week, so it was just scheduled for this calendar.
Okay.
And she didn't show up, so without an attorney, so.
Right, we're new to representing her, but we will get it up and running and ready to go. We would ask for a setup, and the court wishes to put it on a jury trial calendar, we'll do that.
Do you want to file a waiver of arraignment?
I will file a waiver, let me write that down.
Waiver of arraignment, a case management order to issue, and she need to acknowledge the reset to a, did you say a bench trial?
Actually jury trial.
Jury trial, okay.
To change location.
All right. Okay, I'm waiting on a prosecutor for, the compliance in, Sarpak Monopatra. Mr. Ian Walker, by any chance?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure. What case is this? Is this on our calendar?
No, it's not. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock before Judge Morrow on this Orca, just to show compliance. It was 23 CR 000-170A. I'm waiting on Mr. Walker or any ASG who
Okay.
handled the competency calendar. This is a compliance matter.
I'm sorry, can you give that first name again and the case number, Your Honor?
Ms. Redden's going to put it on the chat.
Thank you.
But Mr. Walker is currently on the SAP calendar, but I will see if Ms. McCutcheon is available.
Mr. McKelney, your client, yeah, I know. Oh, that's okay. Your client submitted screenshots of the documents which are not printable. So he needs to actually scan and email the actual documents as a PDF.
Okay, let's see if let me see if he has that capability, Judge. If not, my office can print it out and do it. We'll figure it out.
Georgia Tech student.
I
Okay,
get it.
remember that.
West Virginia now, I think.
Dennis? You here for which case?
Competency?
11 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're there.
Is that from to the SAP calendar?
No, Judge, it was, when I checked on Odyssey, the guy got it scheduled for 11.
It was it was on the competency calendar at 11 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And today is Thursday, right? So it's on the SAP calendar.
Okay.
No, hang on.
I thought you bracketed SAP was at 9, competency comes up at 11.
No, I mean, it's on the SAP 11 o'clock, but it's on the Zoom link for the
Yes, yes,
SAP.
yeah,
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I had other business, so I just came in person.
And Judge Morrow is handling the SAP this morning. That makes sense. And is your client at the jail?
Yes. Should I go out and jump on?
Yes.
Well,
Sorry. Mr. Richardson, that's your situation also.
what's that, Judge?
Okay.
So Judge Law, do you still need Ms. McCutcheon or Mr. Walker?
No, they were supposed to be on the
other calendar.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, quick status. He has that capability and he just has, it's going to be about a 6 or 7 minute walk for him to do it, but he's going to take care of it for your honor.
All right. Thank you, sir.
We apologize. Thank you, Judge.
No problem. We'll be in recess as soon as, who's talking to Mr. Aaron Williams? Okay.
Okay.
I don't know whether you should take it or not. I don't know anything about the case. I just complained to you seconds ago, so.
Judge, I can hear the conversations from the
Yeah,
lawyers. Okay.
okay.
I think PD Corn's mic may be on. But Judge, we're ready on position 8 whenever the court's ready.
And Judge, can I make an announcement on Jacques?
The court is on mute. We can't hear virtually.
I'm addressing something that's not on the calendar.
Thank you.
ASG Riley, I put those email addresses in the chat. I didn't know if you saw it.
I did. Thank you. I'm working on the paperwork now. Thank you. And Ms. Helen, I only have one page, a plea and verdict form. I do not have the plea paperwork. And I'm not sure if there is I also need to sign the form that you did send.
I'll send it again.
Okay. All right, Ms. Riley,
Yes.
go ahead and reach out to Ms. McCutcheon with the case I just told you, the competency case. There's been such a muddle with regard to that matter. Defense attorney and the client are present in the courtroom and ready to move forward with the compliance matter. And I just need an ASG who is familiar with this case to move forward.
And that is 23 CR 001078.
CR 000170A as in apple.
Thank you.
All right, position 44, Jacqueline Woodard.
Oh, here's Ms. Woodard right here.
All right, Ms. Githier, is she present?
Yeah, she's on the. This is not going to be a plea this morning, Judge.
Okay. This is the one where the state had offered a plea of 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 3 days, balance suspended.
That is correct.
Okay, and your client is declining that plea offer?
At this time, yes.
I don't know whether they're going to bring it back up again, but
That's their option, of course, Judge,
Yeah.
but I'm just meeting this client for the first time and if they want to use those tactics, I guess we can play that way.
case is going to be rescheduled for did you say a final plea or a bench trial?
Final plea would be fine.
Okay, April 20th at 9 a.m. Final plea calendar in person.
Be sure to be here in person. All right, April 20th.
Okay.
And Ms. Githier, please email the plea paperwork to Mr. Korn so that he will have it ready.
Okay, for Ms. Woodard. The
Ms.
paperwork
Woodard, right, Jacqueline Woodard.
has been sent.
It has.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, that one's reset to April 20th final plea. And
And Judge, I apologize. I resent the PDF to Denise Riley. It's 2 sheets. I signed for my client as well as for myself. I just want to see if she got both.
for which case?
For position 8, Ms. Carr. I also sent that document to Ms. Monica Redding. If she could let me know if she got both cited.
Okay. All right, so we're waiting on Ms. Carr. Who's representing Victor Marshall?
I am, Judge.
Okay,
Mr. Marshall's online. We are not going to be entering a plea at this time, Judge. That's the case we set for final plea calendar.
I've already reset it for March 2nd status calendar.
That works too.
And you're filing a waiver of arraignment in that case.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yeah,
But that was when they said they had an offer for 12 months.
right.
Days, credit for time served, 2 days balance suspended, which would close the case out. So your client's declining that offer?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, you can go, Mr. Marshall. Thank you.
So Marshall, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is he done?
Yeah. All right. And Ms. Riley, are you ready to move forward with Jamaica Carr? Oh, that's right.
I'm speaking with Ms. McCutcheon, Your Honor.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you.
Judge, may I make an announcement real quick?
Yep.
I need to leave here in about 20 minutes to make it to Gwinnett. So
Have you received the documents for Mr. Jacques?
Not yet. I was gonna
Okay, can I reset you to March 2nd, 9 a.m. for an in-person plea?
If I can appear March 2nd.
But he needs to be here in person. He
Right
can bring
now.
the documents with him.
May I appear virtually for that? Would that be acceptable for Your Honor?
If we get the paperwork sent in before, yeah.
Okay, if not, I do have a conflict, but I can try and appear after the conflict because the conflict's at 8:30 in Gwinnett.
Okay, reset March. Well, if he shows up at 9 and just let the court know that we're holding for your report after the conference hearing.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, reset March 2nd.
I still have not gotten an email.
I have not had a chance to send the plea paperwork.
Okay, no. So position 19, reset to March 2nd at 9 a.m. for a plea calendar.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can just tell him, Greg, she'll get it to us. They're swamped right now. They have a lot going on. So I'll make sure we have it.
Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Barber.
Thank you, Judge. May we be excused?
Yes, you may. Thank you. And Mr. O'Hagan,
Thank
is that
you.
your situation too?
Your Honor, I've sent to Solicitor Gaethia a request for an amended or a plea offer. I'm waiting to hear back from her. My client, if that's accepted, my client is eager to get this done today. If plea paperwork could be sent to me, I could sign, I could review it with him, sign on his behalf and send it over to the court.
Okay.
Not to cut you off, I just responded to you, Mr. O'Hagan.
Oh, in the chat or the email?
Your email.
Okay. Okay, give me just a second. Let me text him.
And Judge, Mr. Bobby Davis is here. We will represent him, and he does want to accept the time served plea today.
All right. Just let the prosecutor know. Whoever it is, Bobby Davis. Here you go, Mr. Thank you.
Mr.
Number 42. No, that wasn't. And did you get the plea paperwork yet, Mr. Corn?
For Mr. Davis, no, not yet. That's why I don't,
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly who it goes.
I can only move forward with the plea if I have the paperwork.
And I'm just making the announcement.
Okay.
I did have one question, Judge. Derek May, who I saw on the Zoom earlier, I don't see him now. I think his name might have been called while I was out in the hallway talking to Mr. Marshall, but he was here. I just don't know what happened to his case.
He was going to talk to one of y'all.
Oh, it was me, but
Oh, it was reset for a final plea, April
Oh.
20th at 9 a.m.
good to know.
And Bobby Davis, position 10 is ASG Riley, and I will work on the plea paperwork as soon as I can. And I'm gonna let
Okay,
you
no
take-
problem.
Thank you. I'm here at your convenience, Ms. Riley.
Thank you.
Did I just lose my Zoom? I think I just lost my Zoom. Oh, no, I didn't. Here we go.
And Your Honor, for position 8, Ms. Carr, I think we received a signed plea from all sides. I think we're just waiting to take it. Just wanted to get that update, Judge. Thank you.
Oh, Ms. McCutcheon is here. Good.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Richardson and your client, please come to this podium.
Oh.
Yes. No, we can take the podium right now. That's fine. Ms. McCutcheon, we are addressing this case that was scheduled on the competency calendar at 11 a.m., which is typically handled via Zoom as part and parcel of the SAP process. Unfortunately, there have been a couple of matters that came up in this case that resulted in the defendant and his attorney, Mr. Max Richardson, appearing in person in courtroom G33. They were rescheduled today for compliance. And Mr. Sarthak Monapatra is present, represented by attorney Max Richardson. Mr. Richardson has been his counsel at all times. Although, Mr. Richardson, I really don't see an entry of appearance filed.
Well, I have a copy of the entry that I filed in the very beginning in my file. I was
Okay.
at the initial hearing following his arrest. There was an agreement at that hearing that he would come back, report on today's date, and provide information that he had in fact consulted with a mental health physician, and he has in fact done that.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What was the incident date?
Are you referring to the state, Your Honor, or defense
I've
counsel?
seen Mr. Richardson, but if
Okay.
you have the information, that would be great.
Yes, Judge, the defendant, the incident date for the charges of simple battery and criminal trespass was January the 10th of 2023, and the defendant appeared on the state expedited accusation calendar on January the 11th of 2023. And at that time, he was released on a bond that was signed by Judge Mincy, and there were conditions on the bond. It was a total of $3,000 SOB bond through pretrial services, and the condition specifically was that the defendant was to stay away from the location of 850 Garden Gate Path. He was to stay compliant with prescribed meds and treatment plans. He was to complete a mental health evaluation and treatment with his personal doctor within 48 hours of his release, and he was to have no further violent contact with the first name Dipti, last name same as the defendant's, Mohat Patra, and pardon me if I'm mispronouncing the name.
Okay. And when was the last time you conferred with the prosecutors with regards to compliance?
I sent Mr. Walker an email
I'm sorry,
on,
Mr. Who?
Eon Walker.
Okay,
That's who I was dealing with. And he said if I had any questions about what was going on, to reach out to him. I sent him an email that he had in fact been released. He had in fact gone to his doctor. He has in fact gotten an evaluation. And I was wondering whether or not we still needed to report today. I never got a response from Mr. Walker. The family was told that they needed to be here, so that's why we showed up today.
okay.
Did not want to do anything to violate any kind of conditions.
So he made bond back in January 11th, or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. So there has been no agreement between the prosecutors and the defense with regards to some kind of diversion or something to that effect?
No, they were waiting on the mental health evaluation from the doctor.
Okay,
And so that's when I had reached out to Mr. Walker. I told him that they were in fact meeting with his doctor and that give me a call so we can discuss a possible way of going about resolving this. So that's kind of where we're at. We're here today just to make sure that we're not in violation of any.
no, you're not. So once he was released on bond, the case would then automatically have been removed from the calendar because most of our cases on that particular calendar for individuals who are still detained.
Yeah. Well, we were giving the pretrial officer told them that he had to be here today. So
Understood.
we've gotten conflicting information.
Okay.
We're not trying to point the finger. We're just here to be in compliance.
But I'm glad you're here because there are a couple of things you need to do. You need to file your entry of appearance of the second floor. Where can you do it, Ms. Redden?
I know where to
Oh,
file.
do you have a copy? Do you have a copy right now?
Yes, I have a I initially was filed in the magistrate court because that's where the case was.
No, it was
So-
not in, it was never in magistrate.
Well, initially, filed it with the jail rather. I filed it with the jail.
I'll explain it to you, Mr. Richardson, but it was never in magistrate.
It's with the jail. That's where I filed my initial appearance because that's where the case was.
Give me a copy.
Here's the Marshall story.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Redden, if you can make a copy of this and we'll return the original to
Thank
you, Mr. Richardson.
That'll be fine.
We'll make sure it's filed. Now, the case has been accused. All right. The accusation was filed on January 11th, 2023. Your entry of appearance is going to be on file. Any discovery that is filed by the defense, they have to make sure that when they e-file it, that they also have to serve you. So you're supposed to get an email when discovery is pending.
I understand.
All
Who's the
right.
prosecutor handling this case now?
There is no prosecutor that is dedicated to the case, but since it's deemed to be a competency matter, it may be Ian Walker. All right?
Okay.
Well, Judge, actually, Your Honor, the case is now, it's an A, it's assigned to, that would be
Thank
Judge
you, sir.
Roth's division. So now,
Okay,
once
Judge
the case,
Roth.
yes, it would be Judge Roth's division, and the Assistant Solicitor Generals who are assigned to that courtroom would handle the case. There would have to be some discussion, and good morning, Mr. Richardson, there'd have to be some discussion between you and that assigned Solicitor General as to what kind of offer the prosecutor is going to make on the case. And Mr. Richardson, on behalf of the state, the conflict, I guess, today is typically with these cases, it's on a SAP, and they do that in case the defendant does not make bond and is still in custody. Then the SAP calendar, the state all-purpose, is a jail virtual calendar. And so because your client was not in jail, I'm glad that you did appear, because the other calendar would have been the state all-purpose virtual competency calendar, where all the defendants are still, incarcerated. So now that it's been accused and assigned to Judge Roth, you should be receiving a notice, and unless the case is eventually transferred to the Orca division, and I don't see where that has happened, Your Honor, the case would be assigned for Judge Roth.
Do you have a contact person for the ASG in Judge Roth? division?
Let me just check, Judge, to see who in our office is assigned to Judge Roth's courtroom currently. Let me just see. That's going to be,
Told the lawyer all the facts and circumstances.
it would either be a Miss Middlebrook or a Miss Brown. So he can call our main number, Mr. Richardson. You can call our main number at 614-612-4800. And you can
No one
ask,
answers those numbers. I call them all the time.
well, Mr. Richardson, we should have a receptionist unless she stepped away. Miss Bates is our receptionist and she
Thank
should
you.
answer. I don't have the specific numbers for Miss Middlebrooks and Miss Brown, but I tell you what, Mr. Richardson, if you will email me and then I can
Great.
forward.
I know you. Yeah.
Yeah, I know
Okay.
you. And so I'm going to put my email number, my email in the chat. Well, actually, Mr. Richardson, I'm going to put my email in the chat. And you can email me. And then whatever it is you have to say, I will not be assigned to the case, but as a supervisor, I will make certain that whoever needs to get the information from you gets it. And I'm looking for your name on the chat. I'm not as quick. Who is the litigation manager today? Miss Redding. Miss Redding, can you write my email, please, and give it to Mr. Richardson? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Mr. Richardson, if you'll just contact me, Judge, and I'll get him in contact with who he needs to be in contact with. Thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. Richardson, anything else?
Well, I think that.
All
covers
right, we apologize if you came all the way down, but this wasn't a diversion matter. This is just the next step in an accused case.
Your Honor, yeah, respectfully, if I might add, Mr. Richardson, if you do have a copy of the report, would you be in agreement to attach a copy of the report to your email so that I can provide that to the assigned Assistant Solicitor Generals?
Certainly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Richardson. Mr. Mullenbacher, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Korn, do you have any announcements right now?
I'm doing the paperwork with Mr.
Davis. Okay,
Otherwise, I'm done.
okay. So I'm still waiting on the Lockhart paperwork.
That was emailed over, Judge, and I was copied on it. He was able to do a PDF scan. It's
right.
the last attachment in the email that we sent to the court.
Okay, Ms. Riley, are we ready to proceed with Ms. Carr?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, may I be excused? Do you need me for any other
Yes, Ms.
business?
McCutcheon, thank you so much. I appreciate
Thank
the
you, Your Honor.
courtesy. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is State versus Jamaica Carr, case number 19 CR 0069665E. Ms. Carr was accused of disorderly conduct. In this particular case, Ms. Carr has been advised of her right to remain silent, and her attorney is Ms. Catrice Helen. Ms. Riley, the plea paperwork I have not been signed off by the Assistant Attorney General. Do you give me permission to at least initial?
Your Honor, I did return the paperwork signed to both Ms. Redden and Ms. Helen. It's just the plea and verdict form.
You said the E sign. I didn't see your signature on there, but I think.
Yeah, it's blank on your signature line.
Well, then yes, you have my express permission, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Carr, this is going to be a negotiated plea hearing, which means that the state's going to articulate what the recommendation is, and then we will proceed. I'll ask you some questions shortly to make sure that your plea is being done freely, voluntarily, and knowingly. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Riley, the plea offer, I believe.
It's 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served 24 hours, the balance suspended.
All right, and is she still required to stay away from the West End MARTA station?
Your Honor, I'm not sure how she would do that if it's a suspended sentence, so no.
So let me go ahead and cross that out because that was listed on the paperwork.
Understood, Judge.
Ms. Helen, does your client agree to the terms in this? Do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do so stipulate, Your Honor, and we ask this court to accept the recommendation as agreed.
Ms. Carr, have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
And has your attorney gone over the waiver of rights if you decide to enter a guilty plea?
Yes.
And do you have any questions about the rights that you'll be giving up?
No.
How do you plead to one count of disorderly conduct?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 24 hours, credit for time served 24 hours, balance suspended. That closes your case out. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, I just want to mention, Ms. Carr, since this was a martyr incident, before you go back to any martyr property, you might want to check with the martyr headquarters at Lindbergh, at the Lindbergh station.
Yes, ma'am.
And just make sure that they do not have any outstanding suspensions against you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. Take care.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. McKinley and Michael Lockhart. All right, this is a non-negotiated plea, is that correct? Oops.
He's muted.
Correct. It's unnegotiated.
Mr. McKinley, I'm sorry, Ms. Githia, is this a negotiated plea? Are you on mute?
They're both
A
muted.
non-negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Non-negotiated plea, okay. So, Mr. McKinley, your client is Michael Lockhart, that's correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, I'm ready. Okay. Okay, this is State of Georgia versus Michael Lockhart, accusation number 22 CR 007201. Mr. Lockhart was originally accused of reckless driving a circular or zigzag course, otherwise known as lane drag. This is going to be a non-negotiated plea hearing. So first of all, Mr. Lockhart, you are appearing via Zoom. Please remember that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you choose to say can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and Mr. Sean McKinley is representing you. This is a non-negotiated plea hearing, which means that the state is going to articulate what the recommended sentence is, and they may also assert the factual basis to support their recommendation, which will also include a recitation of any prior criminal record history. After which then I will hear from your attorney. I will hear the two options, and then I will let you know which option I'm going to select. I also have the right and the discretion to disregard either option and require the case to be scheduled for trial. After I've made my decision, I'll let you know, and then I will let you and your attorney make a decision as to how you would like to proceed, whether you want to proceed with the plea as I've decided based on the recommendation I've accepted, or whether you would like to have a trial. Okay, so Ms. Githia, what is the state's recommendation?
In regards to case 22 CR 007199, the state's recommendation is count one. It will merge with count two. For count two.
Hang on, I've only got 201.
You have 201, okay, I'll do it for case. For case 22 CR 007201, for count one is 12 months probation to run consecutive to case number 22 CR 007199, $1,000 fine, and count two will merge with count one. And Your Honor, on January 11, 2020.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, officers observed Mr. Lockhart while he was stopped at a red light, and he then, while at the red light, he began to rev up his engine in a very, very loud manner, and then began to spin while his tires were spinning, causing a big cloud of smoke. And then 10 days later, on January 21st, 2020, which is in reference to case number 22 CR 007199, it was almost a repeat of what had previously happened just 10 days prior. The officers, I'm sorry. The officers again had, I'm sorry, let me put it up.
While we're waiting on Ms. Skip here, Mr. Lockhart, did you receive another plea sheet for case ending in 199?
I can answer that question too, Judge. He did, and it's included in the paperwork that was sent over to the court. I confirmed and made sure that all 6 pages were included in the PDF that he sent over to the court. So it should be there.
And then let me know when you're ready for me to proceed, Your Honor.
I only have the paperwork for 201. There it is. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Kithia.
Yes, Your Honor. Continuing with the case of 22 CR 007199 that occurred just 10 days after the earlier incident. While the officer was patrolling the area, he heard a loud noise of a car engine raising and tires burning out. And when the officer looked in his rear view mirror, he could see a big cloud of smoke associated with a dark colored Dodge Challenger leaving the area at a high rate of speed and driving recklessly. The Dodge Challenger even nearly struck a vehicle while traveling the opposite direction in the intersection, but was able to self-correct before striking the vehicle. But again, these were 2 incidents that happened within 10 days apart. Both were involved reckless driving and one almost hitting another vehicle. In terms of the case 22 CR 007199, the recommendation is count 1 would merge with count 2. And count 2 is 12 months to serve 120 days. The balance probated, a $500 fine, and the $500 fine to run consecutive to case number 22 CR 007201.
Okay, I got different information written over here. So in case ending in 7199, the January 21st, 2020 incident. The state is recommending 12 months to serve 120 days.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Balance probated. And how much fine?
$500.
Okay, I've got $1,000 written here.
For the one ending in 7201, it's a $1,000 fine.
Judge, he may have transposed the information between those two, but the essence of the.
No, hang on, just 1 second. Who handwrote this information?
Mr. Lockhart did, Judge.
Ms. Kithia, you didn't type in the information?
I do apologize, Your Honor. I thought I did. I do apologize for that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought this was a non-negotiated plea.
Well, I know, but they still need to make their recommendation typed in. This is the paperwork from the state, yes?
It is. I do apologize for that, Your Honor.
Okay, no problem. I can correct it. I just want to be sure. That's why I'm a little perplexed by the information that y'all have provided. Okay, all right. The state is asking, I'm not going to look at that paperwork right now. I'm just going to look at this. Okay. Position 25 for the January 11th, 2020 incident. Reckless driving will merge into lane drag charge. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then you're asking Mr. Lockhart to plead guilty to lane drag. And what is the recommendation?
For the one ending in 7201,
Yes.
for the lane, 12 months probation,
Mhm.
one consecutive to case 22 CR 007199, and
Correct.
a $1,000 fine.
And a $1,000 fine. Okay. And on the case ending in 7199 from the January 21st, 2020 incident, the subsequent incident, the reckless driving is going to merge into lane drag or vice versa?
The reckless is merging into the lane drag.
So the state is asking that he plead guilty to lane drag,
Correct.
and it was going to be 12 months to serve 120 days and a $500 fine.
Correct. To run consecutive with the other case.
Understood. Okay, and you've already set forth your factual basis. Is there anything else, Ms. Githier?
Just one moment, Your Honor. And Mr. Lockhart does not have a criminal history. And I'm not seeing anything on his driving history either.
Okay. All right. Mr. McKinley, now that I have sorted out which is which, what are you asking for?
So Judge, and that is the understanding of what the offer was in the case. We're asking Your Honor to allow my client to enter a plea of no contest to the charge in both counts, and one would merge into the other. We're asking if the court would consider a no contest to reckless driving in the 7199 case, and then in the 7201 case, a no contest to the lay and drag. I wanted to let Your Honor know this happened about 3 years ago. At the time, he was a Georgia Tech student and also a student athlete football player. And when the incident happened, he was punished severely from the team. They took away his vehicle for a 4-month period, and then COVID hit. And then also he was punished with respect to the team in other ways, you know, with respect to practices and such. So he understands the message loud and clear that it's not acceptable. He's not trying to run from it, and he's taken responsibility. I wanted to point out, we provided a copy of his Alabama driving record, and the solicitor is correct. It's perfectly clean. He has no other convictions. He's got no other criminal history. He's done a 6-hour defensive driving class, and we've provided that certificate. He's also done a total of 64 hours community service, 40 hours at one location, 20 at another, and then 4 hours at the other. And we provided that documentation as well. He's scheduled to graduate in the fall. We've provided a letter from his from the school, from the athletic director and the school, that he's in good standing and has been, you know, an upstanding student athlete at the university. He understands that, you know, what happened is not acceptable. I will point out that he was 100% cooperative when the officer pulled him over, and the officer did put him in handcuffs at the time. He was cooperative, and after that, the officer released the handcuffs and allowed him to just receive copy of citation. He wants to put it behind himself, Judge. I think a fair resolution would be sentencing to the community service that he's completed, sentencing him to the defensive driving that he's completed, and a $750 fine on count 1 that he would be entering the no contest to. And on the other case that he would be entering a no contest plea to, I believe $750 fine would be a fair resolution on that case. He's prepared and able to pay those fines today via a credit card if Your Honor is agreeable with the recommendation that we're proposing in this case.
I've read through the paperwork, and I'll accept his community service and deem that to be complied. I'll accept the defensive driving, deem that to be complied. I will accept the recommendation letters with regards to as mitigating factors. However, these two instances happened in very close proximity. Being punished by your fellow team members and your peers is absolutely in no way comparable to facing a criminal penalty for these alleged offenses. With regards to position 24, the January 21st, 2020 incident, the court is willing to accept a guilty plea to reckless driving, a $1,000 fine, and will accept his community service and his defensive driving. For position 25, the court will accept a NOLO contendory plea to lane drag, and it will be 12 months probation, a $1,000 fine consecutive to position 24. Would you like to confer with your client?
I would. I can tell you that we've kind of discussed the potential possibilities, and I know that I'm fairly confident that's going to be acceptable to him. But if I could have just a brief moment to give him a call on my cell phone, Judge, I would love that.
That'd be perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay, did I have another plea to him? No. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Corn, did you have a plea?
Yes,
Ready?
I
Okay.
submitted the paperwork to Ms. Riley. We have a plea on Mr. Davis.
Right, as soon as, oh, and Ms. Gitia, while we're waiting for Attorney McElney, may I sign your name on the plea documents? They are unsigned.
But this is a non-negotiated plea, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right, sorry. I keep trying to get that. Okay. As soon as I get your paperwork, Mr. Corn, I can move with your client, okay?
Send it to Ms. Riley.
All right, I have.
I've looked at the paperwork. I approve it. I thought Mr. Corn would hand it to Miss Redden right there in the courtroom.
I don't have a printer here.
No, we have to send it to Miss Redden to print.
Okay, I will send it to her.
Thank you. Okay. I have a Lydia Peter. All right, if you'd like to come all the way around, ma'am. This is Miss Riley's case, position 21.
And it's my case.
Oh, Mr. Corn's case? Okay.
I believe there was a bench warrant issue before we moved to
There
withdraw that.
was, a bench warrant has been issued for Ms. Kiter for failure to appear in court.
And we would ask that that be withdrawn as she hasn't in fact appeared.
Your Honor, the state doesn't have an objection as the calendar has not concluded yet. So she would.
Okay.
So draw the bench warrant.
All right, bench warrant is set aside. The Ms. Kata is present, and this case was arraigned back in August of 2021. Discovery has already been submitted.
It has.
Counsel entered an appearance through the public defender's office. And what are we doing today, Mr. Thorne?
Your Honor, we received discovery on the 23rd, a couple days ago. We're reviewing that. We also have received a plea offer, and I have not yet reviewed that with my client. However, I would prefer to review the discovery with her and take some time and do it properly rather than for rush a plea into this.
We're gonna reset it to the March 2nd
That would be fine.
status calendar, and if she wants to enter a plea at that time.
We'll be more
then-
than ready.
Okay.
Which position was that?
21.
Thank you.
All right. That was Miss Riley's case, yes?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Kiger, the reason we schedule them at 9 o'clock is for everyone to show up so they can have time to speak with their attorneys and see what they want to do. All right? Please be sure that on March 2nd, you appear on time.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. You're free to go.
You're done.
Judge, can I provide a quick status?
On,
Mr. Lockhart?
oh, yes, go ahead.
So I conferred with my client, and he is 100% agreeable with the judge's sentencing. He authorizes, Your Honor, to change the plea paperwork from no contest to guilty on the one document, because we had executed it, no contest pleas with respect to that, but we're authorizing the court, and Mr. Lockhart, if you can confirm by just answering yes to that, that then the judge can make that change. And he understands the terms of probation. We are asking with respect to the probation, since he resides in West Virginia, if he can report by phone or mail.
All right. Just to reiterate, on the case ending in 7199, the January 21st, 2020 incident, Mr. Lockhart is agreeing to plead guilty
Correct, Judge.
to reckless driving, and the state will not cross the lane drag or dismiss the lane drag. And the sentence would be 12 months probation, to pay a $1,000 fine, and this will be consecutive to the subsequent case. And probation will, and I'm going to accept his community service and his defensive driving as part of the sentence. With regards to the case ending in 7201, he's pleading no contest to the one count of lane drag. The reckless driving will be null crossed or dismissed, and that will be a consecutive sentence of 12 months probation and to pay a $1,000 fine. And you're asking that his probation be telephonic recording. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right. I will allow for the first year of probation to be telephonic. And if the second $1,000 fine is paid off, then he will be non-reporting.
Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting, but I believe I heard you state that the state was no crossing a charge, but with this being a non-negotiated plea.
Then the court will just merge it in then. We'll do a merge. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Can he pay for it at Fulton State? No, it can be done on the traffic turn. Okay. All right, Mr. McKelney, since there is no option to pay online, he would have to pay directly to the Treasury. Is this something that your office will be able to take up?
We can do that, Judge. How would we need to get it to the Treasury?
You would need to pay by tomorrow. And Ms. Redden, can we have the address where he needs to send it to? Yes. Okay. And you can either pay it by certified funds, cash or money order. In person.
And would we take it in person tomorrow, are you saying, Your Honor?
You can take it in person. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what would the total amount be? Is there surcharges on top of it, or?
It's going to be $2,000 plus. So I don't have a breakdown right now. Ms. Redden can get that and give it to you shortly.
Is that with the surcharges, is it going to come out to about $1,400 on each one?
I am the last person to ever commit to a number, Mr. McElney.
I got you. Can we confer with my client while we're here and just see if he's going to have that?
Shall I proceed with the plea hearing?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So based on the information, Mr. Lockhart, I've already explained to you what I'm going to accept. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Do you have any questions about what the court is going to sentence you if I accept your plea of guilty and nolo contendere in these two cases?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Lockhart, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. McKilney, since this is a non-negotiated plea, you do stipulate at least the venue and ID, correct?
We do stipulate, yes, Judge.
Okay. With regards to both these cases, Mr. Lockhart, if you decide to enter the plea as the court has indicated, then you would be giving up your constitutional right to go back to court to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury. You will not have the ability to have your attorney with you so that you could confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, be able to present any defenses if you choose to do so, exercise your right to waive your right to remain silent and testify on your behalf, as well as bring witnesses and any other evidence that you have. You would also waive your right to have the state try to prove the charges in both cases against you, to prove the charges in front of a judge or jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has your attorney explained to you that by entering such pleas, you could have a negative impact upon any other open cases you may have, upon any licenses, your jobs, or a residency if it's applicable?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you are freely, willingly, and knowingly going to enter these pleas as the court has indicated?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you, in case number 22 CR 007199, with the incident date of January 21st, 2020, you were accused of reckless driving and lane drag. I'm going to merge the lane drag into the reckless driving charge. How do you plead to reckless driving?
Guilty.
Accept your guilty plea. Your sentence is 12 months to be served on probation to pay a $1,000 fine. I will accept the community service and the defensive driving that you've completed as part of the sentence. And this will be where you'll report telephonically every month. So even if you paid off the fine, you're still required to report telephonically every month to make sure that you have not had any other infractions with the law. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's going to be a $1,000 fine plus any surcharges. And Mr. McKilney, you can pay it tomorrow. You can pay it anytime within the next 12 months.
Okay.
All right.
That will make things, we will definitely get it paid ASAP. That'll make things a little bit easier. I've got a court date tomorrow in Madison County, so I appreciate
Okay.
that courtesy.
Well, he's on probation, so.
Right.
Okay. Probation will need to set up a probation case. So you would need to report to the probation office next Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Mr. McKilney, someone from your office, you need to do so on his behalf since he's out of state, correct?
Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Next
maybe,
week.
Yeah. Would it be any of those days that I could report on his behalf, Judge, or?
Yes, any of those days next week.
Okay.
And, the reason being because they need to set up the probation case so that he can report telephonically and monitor the payment of the fine.
Okay. Is there an address where I can be given to report?
Yes,
for
sir.
him?
I'm sorry. 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. All right. That concludes the case for 7199. Moving on to 22 CR 007201. He was accused of reckless driving and lane drag. The court will merge the reckless driving into the lane drag count, which this incident was January 11th, 2020. And Mr. Lockhart, how do you plead to one count of lane drag?
No contest.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lockhart, please unmute.
No contest.
Your sentence is 12 months probation to be served consecutive to the case that we've just completed. The fine's $1,000 fine. The community service and the defensive driving are accepted and completed.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I thought this was going to be a guilty, the one ending in 7199.
No, the guilty was to reckless driving in 201, which he's just entered such a plea.
Oh, okay, my apologies.
It's $1,000 fine, and if that fine is paid off, is consecutive, if that fine is paid off, then his consecutive term of 12 months can be non-reporting. So that means, Mr. McKilney, if he pays the $2,000 in the first 12 months, then the subsequent 12 months will be non-reporting. He'll only be telephonically reporting for the first 12 months. Does that make
That's
sense?
great. That makes sense. That's great, Judge.
Okay, that concludes the case. Mr. Lockhart, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay, let me make sure I've signed off and everything. Excellent. Okay, thank you, folks. You're free to go. Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Good luck with college.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Judge, we appreciate the courtesy. Can I just ask one quick question?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that the court could email me a copy of the two sentences so I have that when I go to probation on his behalf? And
do you have Monica Redden's email?
I do. That's who we had emailed the information to.
As soon as she's got them uploaded, send her a quick email within maybe the next couple of hours and ask her for a copy of the dispositions.
Great. I appreciate that. Then the last question is, what time is probation open from 9 to 5 on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
9 to 5, I recommend you go there before 3 p.m.
Right. All right.
Unless you get caught in the rush.
All right. We appreciate the courtesy. Thanks, Judge.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
State versus Bobby Davis. Mr. Korn and Mr. Davis, if at the podium, please. Is this Ms. Riley's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Position 42. Okay. This is State versus Bobby M. Davis. Get to the right spot on the calendar. Okay. Position 10 on the calendar. Mr. Davis has appeared in person as instructed by the court. Case number 19 CR 006192E. Mr. Davis was accused of theft by shoplifting from February 16, 2018. Mr. Davis, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney and you're represented by Mr. Korn with the Public Defender's Office. As this is going to be a negotiated plea, may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Riley, what is the state's offer, please?
It's 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 4 days, balance suspended. The case would close today. And this is in consideration for the age of the case, as well as the 13 items that were attempted to be taken from Walmart in the amount of $120.09 were all returned or were all confiscated from Mr. Davis.
All right, thank you. Mr. Korn, does your client accept these terms, and I do stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
It does accept, and we do stipulate to the factual basis.
All right, thank you. And venue and ID, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Davis, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know you just met Mr. Corn today. Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes, I am.
All right, and you do understand that if you decide to move forward with this plea offer, that you would have to give up your right to go back to court, have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser, challenge the state's evidence, present your own defenses, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you prepared to give up these rights?
No, Your Honor. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
How do you plead to one count of theft by shoplifting?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 4 days, balance suspended. This case is now closed. Thank you, sir. Best of luck.
Does he need to do anything else? He can be excused.
You can excuse, he's no probation, nothing, all done. Thank you. Anthony Wilburn, please stand up and come all the way around to the microphone right there. Are we waiting on any further pleas?
Yes, Your Honor, we're waiting for position 32. I sent the plea paperwork. There's going to be a plea as well.
All right. So Mr. Peasley, so I'm waiting on the paperwork from Mr. O'Hagan. Mr. Wilburn was position number 42. All right, Mr. Wilburn, you have a right to remain silent as you've already been advised, and I need to know who's your attorney.
I don't know. I just had because it's just dealing with the family.
You were accused of simple battery, and 2 counts of simple battery from April 26, 2021.
Yeah, I had an attorney, but I don't know who it was. He never got in contact with me anymore after I left the jail.
So in this particular case, Mr. Korn, I think I can't open these documents. It looks like the Public Defender's Office did enter an appearance. Would you like to confer with him?
Yes, Judge, I'd be happy to.
All right. This is Mr. Korn with the Public Defender's Office. We will need to speak with him to see whether they can represent you. All right, so let me find out what's going on with the other cases over here. Aaron Williams, who was speaking with Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, who called you? Anyone called you?
No, but I've been speaking with Mr. Robinson. I'm not sure who, if it's a man or a woman, because I don't see the picture. But I sent them my application. They said they had some attorneys looking at it, so I'm waiting to hear back from him.
Judge, we did look at that. He does qualify for our services. I was thinking that Ms. Ellen would speak to him, or Mr. Gaither, maybe one of them, because they're online around here.
What's your phone number, Mr. Williams? Or do they have it?
762 is the area code. 280-1119.
All right. Mr. Gaither, would you like the opportunity to speak with him?
Yes, absolutely, Judge. I'll speak with him.
Right.
I'll wait till you finish going over the calendar because I have a issue that's not on the calendar I'm trying to resolve as well, but I need you guys' help.
No problem.
Okay.
So Mr. Williams, Mr. Gaither is going to call you and see if you qualify for these services. Ms. Gippier, is there an offer for position 43?
Yes, Your Honor, for position 43, 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served 10 days, balance suspended. It'll close out today.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gaither, that is the offer for Mr. Aaron Williams also. And if he decides to accept it, then Ms. Gippier, would you be able to send the paperwork over to Mr. Gaither?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Gaither, if your
Okay.
client, if your client accepts a plea, you can basically ask him the questions over the phone and get his express permission to fill it out on his behalf.
Sure, absolutely. Ms. Williams, I'll give you a call in just a few minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you. Do I need to stay on this meeting just to make
Yes.
sure? Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you need to log off the Zoom to answer the phone?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
on the laptop, so my phone is separate from the meeting.
Good deal. Stay on Zoom. I'm gonna call you.
All
Okay.
right.
So then the other one was, is that Mr. Brian Pesky? $32. Mr. Brian Pesley.
Yeah, that's my
And have you
case.
filled out the paperwork and sent it back?
No, I've not received it quite yet. I'm still waiting to hear from Mr. O'Hagan.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Miss Bates.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot of noise in the background going on, and what would you like to do?
Yes, the only thing about the plea deal is how long will it be on my record?
Forever.
Because I'm not guilty.
All right, so are you ready to move forward with the trial?
Yeah. No jury.
I'm sorry?
No jury.
You're saying you don't want a jury trial?
No.
Your trial is going to be scheduled for April 20th. We're going to issue a case management order. It's going to be at 1:30 p.m. And you would need to hire your own attorney since you do not qualify.
Is it possible I can represent myself?
You can represent yourself if you choose to do so, understanding that you're responsible for any legal decision and how it affects the particular facts of your case.
And Your Honor, the state would object to a bench trial in this case under OCGA 1774. This is a battery family violence and simple battery family violence case.
Understood, but it's the defendant's right to select a bench trial. So we are going to go with a bench trial. And Ms. Bates, you need to make sure that you subpoena all the witnesses and the evidence, and you need to appear in court in person on that day.
And Your
No
Honor,
more Zoom.
and if I may, if you would like, I can send the case law in addition to the citation, to the statute. The defendant doesn't actually have a right to a bench trial. They have a constitutional right to a jury trial. And if the state objects to a bench trial, that is to be taken into consideration.
And the court has taken into consideration and it's denied it. So we're moving on with the bench trial. So Ms. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor.
You need to appear in court in person. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right. No more Zoom.
Yes.
All right. We'll see you then. Thank you. And you need to come down to the court and get a copy of the discovery, the information that the state has provided. It's on file. And also you might want to get a copy of the case management order also to get this idea of the schedule of what happens before trial.
Okay. And I go to the court downtown.
It's at 160 Pryor Street and courtroom G33.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, best of luck. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone whom I've not addressed on Zoom? Okay, gentlemen back there, are you? No, we're good? Okay, all right. And Mr. Davis, so it's okay, Mr. O'Hagan, is your client?
Yeah, I'm about to send him over the I'd signed on his behalf. Let me go over it with him real quick and then we'll be ready probably to close
Okay,
it.
I'm going to place the both of you in a breakout room and then you
Okay.
can discuss to each other in person, and then you can sign off and initial the answers if he gives you express permission, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Mr. Glanville, please place Brian and Mike O'Hagan in a breakout room, please.
It's done.
Mr. O'Hagan is still with us. Okay, there we go. All right, we'll be in recess until Mr. Williams and Mr. Wilburn's cases also give us an announcement. Oh, well, actually, Mr.
Judge,
Gates.
I have an announcement on this board.
Okay, yes.
I have completed an application for him and he does qualify, so we will begin representing him today. And at this time, looking to see if he's got a rain. Had can't rain up, but I don't see where it's actually raining, but it might be. But if he had no way to bring it, that's it, and his final motions.
All right, Wilburn, that's Miss Githier's case. And he did not, he has appeared, I don't know, but it looks like he had an FTA.
Right, well, back in 2020, it looks like, and he made a new bond in
Okay,
2021.
so the case has not been arraigned, so are you filing a waiver of arraignment?
I will file a waiver for arraignment, Judge, and I would enter a plea of not guilty this time, waiving further reading of charges as for 10 days file motions.
All right, the discovery was submitted back in January, it was submitted today, so you should be able to get access to it.
I can see it now.
Okay.
I'll bring it up.
And Ms. Githier, what was do you have a plea offer for Anthony Wilburn?
Yes, Your Honor, it is 12 months probation, family violence intervention program, 20 hours of community service, and no contact with the victim, Emiko Stewart.
Okay. All right, and I'm sorry, did you say are you going to file a waiver of arraignment? Do you want me to put it on the status calendar, final plea calendar?
Final plea is fine. That final plea works.
Okay, final plea will be April 20th, in person. Mr. Wilburn is in person, no more Zoom.
Well, is there? Yes, sir.
9 a.m. for a final plea. Thank you. And make sure you get your attorney's name, number, email, and you know what he looks like. So no more excuses in the future.
You haven't accepted that deal. We're definitely not going to worry about that.
Everything. Okay. Miss Helen is not on. Mr. Cohn, do you want to go over your announcements or you're done?
No, of course. I think I'm done with my announcements.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm done with my announcements. I think I heard my name.
All right. So I'm just going to go over the calendar while I'm waiting for Mr. O'Hagan, okay?
Understood, Judge.
All right. Position number 1, Anderson, is reset to April 20th, final in-person final plea calendar and represented by Mr. Gaither. And just make a note so that I know Mr. Gaither is still talking to Mr. Williams. All right, this is the final plea calendar in person. Position 2, Ashley, is reset to the final plea calendar in person, April 20th, 9 a.m. Position 3, Dorothea Bates, is reset for a bench trial, April 20th at 1:30 p.m. Case management order to issue. Position 4, Beniswa, is reset to the March 2nd status calendar represented by Michael Dixon. Position 5, Tafari Buchanan. Tafari Buchanan has not appeared. This is going to be a bench warrant.
No, Your Honor, that
Null
was.
cross, excuse me, null cross, sorry. Anthony Caldwell did appear and, no, sorry, someone appeared for Caldwell. He's incarcerated at the DeKalb County Jail. The case is reset to March 2nd, 9 a.m. for status. Position 7, Tavarius Kennedy. I believe that was a no-show, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And that was a bench warrant, okay. Position 8, Ms. Carr was a plea. Position 9, Andrew Cradle has not appeared, and this is going to be a bench warrant. This is position 9, okay. Position 10, Bobby Davis was a plea. Position 11, Bruno Delva. That was a no-show as well, so that's going to be a bench warrant. Position 12, L. Olemi, represented by Mr. Barber. That's going to be reset to the March 2nd status calendar pending a referral to mental health court. Position 13, Cody Evans was, he did show up and the case was null crossed. Position 14, Fitzsimmons was a plea. 15 and 16, Alicia Geter, G-E-T-E-R or Jeter, has not appeared. Bench warrant to issue for 15 and 16. Ms. Redden, I'll go over the amounts for the bench warrant shortly. Position 17, Hines is reset for a bench trial April 20th at 1:30. Position 18, Shanta Jackson is reset for a bench trial April 20th, case management order to issue. I think we need one for position 17 also. Position 19, Jacques is reset to March 2nd for a final plea. Position 20, Judy is reset to the SAP calendar on January 31st at 9 a.m. for a plea. Position 21, Lydia Kita did appear. The case is reset to the March 2nd status calendar. 22 is Darius Lindley, reset for jury trial case management to issue. Position 20, sorry, that was 22. Position 23, Lively, did not appear, and that's going to be a bench warrant. Position 24, Michael Lockhart was a plea. Position 25 was a plea. Position 26, Travis Manuel was a plea. 27, Victor Marshall is going to be reset to March 2nd status calendar, for a possible plea as well. 28, Derek May, it was present, reset for a final plea on April 20th at 9 a.m. in person. 29, Brendan McCrory was reset to final plea calendar in person, April 20th at 9 a.m. 30, Spencer Pace. What's the announcement? Spencer.
Did he appear?
He did.
He
Okay.
did.
He gave a phone number for the PDs to contact him. Spencer Pace. Miss Helen, did you contact him?
I think he might have spoken to another public defender. I didn't speak to Mr. Pace.
Mr. Gaither, did you speak with him?
I think Mr. Gaither's on the phone with Mr. Williams
Okay.
still.
Mr. Korn, did you speak with him?
Did not. I've only spoken to folks in the courtroom.
Okay. Can I give you his phone number?
Yeah.
Position 30, 404-438-2552. I'm going to reset him to the status calendar on March 2nd at 9 a.m.
I will let you know that.
Okay, and either if he qualifies, you can represent him, and if he doesn't qualify, he needs to show up with an attorney. Okay, or himself. Thank you. And can we make sure that's in person, please?
Sorry, Judge, what was that phone number you gave to?
I gave that number to Mr. Korn.
Understood, Judge.
Do you still need it?
No, Judge.
And this is an in-person on March 2nd. 31 Mackenzie Parker is a bench trial on April 20th at 1:30. Discovery is due to be delivered to Defense Counsel by February 9th, 2022. Position 32, Pisley, we are waiting on, going to take a plea shortly.
Yes. Yeah, we are ready, actually.
All right, so Mr. Hagan's just going to send us back the paperwork and we can proceed with the plea hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
33, Jeffrey Powell was null cross. 34, Randall is reset for motions calendar, April 20th at 11:30 a.m. in person. 35, Donald Sims did not appear, a bench warrant to issue. 36 and 37 are co-defendant cases represented by Ms. Hornsby. Both cases are reset for a jury trial. Case management orders to issue in both cases. Position 38, Darren Stanley. I believe he's requested a jury trial. That's Ms. Helen's case. Case management order to issue. Position 39, Tavella, that's reset for a bench trial on April 20th at 1:30 p.m. Case management order to issue. And position, yeah, that's right. Position 40, Wessie, that was reset to April 20th for a final plea calendar in person. Position 41 is reset to a final plea calendar April 20th at, I've got it down at 11:30 a.m. 9 a.m. So it should be 9 a.m. 42 is Wilburn, and that's reset to the April 20th final plea calendar at 9 a.m. in person. 43, Aaron Williams, that was a plea.
No, Your Honor, they're speaking with him.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. You're still speaking with him. Okay. Don't know whether it's going to be a plea. Jacqueline Woodard, that was a plea, wasn't it? No, that's reset. Okay. That's reset to April 20th, 9 a.m. Final plea calendar in person. Is that correct for a plea, Mr.?
That's what I have now.
Okay. Dwight Yarborough is reset to March 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. for an in-person plea. And we got his email. Okay. And Stacy Williams on the arraignment calendar is reset for a jury trial, case management order to issue. Okay. There we go. Okay. Case position 32, case number 19 CR 0096348, State versus Brian Scott Peasley. Is it Peasley or Peasley?
Yes, ma'am, it's Peasley.
Okay, Peasley. All right, Mr. Peasley, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. O'Hagan. In this particular case, you were accused of terroristic threats, a misdemeanor count, and harassing communications allegedly from December 19, 2017. With respect to this particular case, your attorney and you have indicated that you're willing to enter into a non-negotiated plea, a negotiated plea. So may I place you under oath, please?
Yes, ma'am.
You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Githier, what is the plea offer?
Just 1 second. Sorry, Your Honor. 1 second.
Did y'all get the signed documents I sent back?
I have the documents that you have and indicated. It says that you're entering an Alfred plea. So that's news.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
That's correct. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Githier.
The offer is 12 months probation, 12 anger management classes, $300 fine, and no communication with the victim, Katie Hicks.
And you're on.
And
I'm
the balance will be suspended upon completion of the conditions.
Okay, so probation may terminate upon completion of the conditions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yes, Mr. O'Hagan?
That's it. That's what I wanted to cover, taken care of. I'll stop talking now.
Not quite. I still need you to talk. Does your client accept the terms and do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
He does, and I do, and I will talk only when prompted.
All right. Mr. Peasley, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has anyone made any misrepresentations? In other words, are you I'm so sorry, it's getting to be that time. Okay, so are you being forced or induced to take this plea today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. In going over the paperwork with your attorney, it has been explained to you that if you enter this Alfred guilty plea, that you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, to have the assistance of counsel so that you could challenge the state's evidence, examine witnesses, confront your accuser, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And entering such a plea could also have an impact upon your job, any licenses you may have, as well as your residency if applicable.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you willingly, knowingly, and voluntarily entering a plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to one count of misdemeanor terroristic threats and harassing communications?
Guilty offered.
Guilty pursuant to an Alfred plea?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, is that how you're pleading, Mr. Peasley?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, accept your plea. Your sentence is going to be as follows. You're going to be serving 12 months on probation, during which time you need to complete 12 anger management classes at a qualified school. You're also to pay a $300 fine. And during the entire time that you're on probation, you're to have no contact with Katie Hicks. If you've completed all your requirements, your probation may terminate. However, if you proceed to contact Ms. Hicks and she does not want any communication with you, she can either obtain a restraining order, a temporary protective order, or she can also seek out another warrant for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You will report to probation next Thursday before 3 p.m. The probation office is located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. Please be sure to report to probation, and you will need to continue reporting to probation until it terminates. Any questions, Mr. Peasley?
Judge, can I get that address again? I know it was in the chat earlier, but I've gone in and out of the chat, so I don't see it. What's the full address, or when does he, I got it's 132 Mitchell. When does he have to be down there by?
The address for the probation is 132 Mitchell Street in Atlanta, Georgia. He has to report on February 2nd before 3 p.m.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, any questions, Mr. Peasley?
No, ma'am, that's it. Thank
All
you.
right, best of luck. Mr. Hogan, thank you very much for your patience. You are both free to go.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your
Mr. Gaither, any announcement on Mr. Williams?
Yes, Judge, I forgot who the prosecutor in this case was.
Ms. Githier?
Ms. Githier.
Yes.
Would for time's sake, instead of us separating out, would you object to a no low plea?
No objection.
Okay. With that being said, we have Mr. Williams, judge, would like to accept the state's offer with him entering a no low plea.
Okay. Ms. Githia, please forward the documents to Mr. Gaither, and then Mr. Gaither, I can either place you in a breakout room to go over the documents with Mr. Williams, and you can sign if he gives you express permission to do so. Would that be satisfactory?
That'd be fine. That'd be fine.
All right. We'll be in recess until Mr. Williams and Mr. Gaither have conferred over the documents, and then Mr. Gaither email the documents back to Ms. Monica Redden.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right, Ms. Githia, please make sure to sign off on it before you send it to Mr. Gaither. All right, folks, we'll be in a 15-minute recess until Mr. Gaither and Mr. Williams are ready to proceed. Thank you.
Is Judge Law still on the bench? Hi, Judge Law, regarding Aaron Williams, ASG Riley is going to handle that one for me. May I be excused?
Yes, Ms. Githia.
Thank
I'm
you.
so jealous. Are you going for lunch?
I have to be somewhere in a meeting.
Oh, okay. Think of us. Take care.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Is that the one that went to the,
All right, we haven't received the paperwork yet. It was supposed to.
Yes, Your Honor, I did just send corrected plea paperwork. The plea and verdict form, I think is correct.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
All right, I think. Okay, Mr. Gandon, can you call into the breakout room and tell them we are ready? And that some of them emailed already.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. David, have you
We-
emailed the documents to Ms. Brennan?
We are back. I ran into a few technical difficulties with the printer, but I'm back online. Give me a half a second to have these documents back over to you.
Okay.
All right. All right, I just emailed the paperwork back to Ms. Redden. Ms. Riley, I saw your name on it. I sent it to you too, and Ms. Gethier.
I'm just waiting for it to be.
I just received it, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gaither, let's proceed. And
All right.
this is 16 CR 005768E. State versus Aaron J. Williams, who was accused of driving while license suspended, knowingly driving vehicle on suspended registration from June 26, 2014. With regards to this case, it has been pending for a significant period of time. So we're going to have a plea hearing. Mr. Williams, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Gaither. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Riley, is the offer 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served 10 days, and balance suspended?
Yes, Your Honor, that is to count 1, count 2 is null pros.
Okay. And if you can go ahead and send us the null pros order, that would be great. Mr. Gaither, does your client agree to these terms, and do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
Yes, we do, Judge.
All right. So, Mr. Williams, we will be addressing your nolo contendere plea to 1 count of driving while license suspended from this particular date. Meanwhile, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, I have not.
And have you understood the proceeding so far?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the services of Mr. Gaither?
Yes, I am.
And is anyone forcing you, inducing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
If you decide to enter this nolo contendere plea, you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, have a trial before a judge or a jury to challenge these charges, to confront your accuser, challenge the state's evidence, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of driving while license suspended or revoked?
Nolo.
Right, your sentence is 12 months to serve 10 days, credit for time served 10 days, balance suspended. This case is now closed and there are no further obligations. Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank
Case
you.
is- All right. Mr. Gaither, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, court is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank
All right, take care.
Thank you, Judge. Take care.
Take care.
Take care.